Yeah. How's it going today? There's a reason I'm playing that. I'll explain in a minute. Need a little more time to get set up. Here's some more music by Doc Severinsen from the Johnny Carson Show, Tonight Show. Johnny Carson, he's still alive. Doc Severinsen.
What the hell's going on here? Why are you playing that creepy music again? I don't understand.
Well, why don't you listen? It'll make perfect sense later.
Well, what time is it?
It's Podblast time, of course. It's Podblast time, of course. That's right. It's Podblast time. Podblast number 69 with a very special guest today. I'm super excited about this guy. We're going to talk about a comedy legend of movie and TV, Harvey Korman. And his son, Christopher, will be calling in as a very special guest. He's an author and a producer. And it's just going to be fantastic. A lot of clips, a lot of stories, and he's going to really open up as he did in his book. And Harvey Korman passed away sadly in 2008. I will give you some background on the legendary Harvey Korman in just a moment, but we have some stories to cover in terms of pop culture that have been going on in the news lately. So let's get started with that. There's been a lot of stuff in the news about this jetpack. I thought this was pretty cool, and a lot of talk radio guys talked about it earlier this week, and I want to give you my spin on it. There's some dude in Los Angeles in a jetpack, and he showed up flying around, and he freaked out air traffic controllers. And I've got a little report from Inside Edition I want to play about this, and I'll give you some background on the jetpack. But here's a news report pertaining to what's going on out there in LA.
This mysterious jetpack flyer at it again?
Possible jetpack man in sight.
A Boeing 747 pilot reported seeing the flying object near LAX last night. The sighting triggered a cascade of alerts from the control tower and a comparison to the superhero movie Iron Man.
Did you see the UFO? We were looking, but we did not see Iron Man.
Use caution, there was a jetman reported just north of Gate C.
All right, we're looking for the Iron Man.
In the Marvel movie franchise, Robert Downey Jr.'s Iron Man character flies through the skies in an armored suit. Last night marked the fourth sighting of an Iron Man flying over the LA flight zone in recent months. This video was taken 7 months ago. Jetpack technology is developing at warp speed. The British Royal Navy demonstrated how it's developing a jet suit for boarding enemy ships. I've even trained on a jetpack, but mine was water propelled and tethered to a small boat. Law enforcement is taking last night's report very seriously.
You've got airplanes approaching LAX at 180 to 220 miles an hour. At this stage of the game, they're most vulnerable. They may not be able to maneuver as quickly out of the way, so a collision would be catastrophic.
Attention all aircraft, use caution for the jetpack.
All right, we're looking for the Iron Man.
Catastrophic for who? It wouldn't be for the plane. Thank you, Inside Edition, for that report. The thing is, it's obviously against the rules. It's against air traffic control. It's against aviation laws. And the thing is, though, it's not like the guy has a laser pointer and he's pointing it in the pilot's eyes of approaching aircraft, whether it's a helicopter or a plane. Don't condone what he's doing, but is it really that dangerous for anyone except for the guy himself who's doing that? But I think it's kind of cool. But you've got to see the footage of this guy. It's pretty amazing. So he's popped up. He'll probably get caught eventually, but here's a little history of the jetpack. First time I saw a jetpack was in the old show Lost in Space. But here's some real history of the jetpack. A jetpack. A rocket belt or a rocket pack is a device worn on the back which uses jets of gas or liquid to propel the wearer through the air. The concept has been present in science fiction for almost a century and became widespread in the 1960s, like in the movie Thunderball, James Bond. Real jetpacks have been developed using a variety of mechanisms, but their uses are much more limited than their fictional counterparts because of the challenges of the Earth's atmosphere, gravity, and the low energy density of the fuels, and the human body not being suited to flight. And they are principally used for stunts. In fact, they don't stay up in the air that long. I remember when they filmed the old Lost in Space show back in the 60s and Thunderball, they had to cheat and do some clever editing to make it seem like the person's in the air a lot longer than they actually are. Let's see, a practical use for the jetpack has been in extravehicular activities for astronauts because of the apparent weightlessness and lack of friction-creating atmosphere in orbit. The term jet suit is used for a system incorporating a jetpack and associated jets attached to the arms to increase maneuverability. In the most general terms, a jetpack is a wearable device which allows the user to fly by providing thrust. With the exception of use in microgravity environment, this thrust must be upwards so to overcome the force of gravity, and must be enough to overcome the weight of the user, the jetpack itself, and its fuel. This necessarily requires a jetpack to continually push mass in a downwards direction. While some designs have power and/or mass supplied from an external ground-based source, untethered flight requires all of a flight's fuel to be carried within the pack. This results in problems related to overall mass ratio, which limits the maximum flight time to a few minutes, like I said, rather than sustained flight, like you see in science fiction. The first pack design was developed in 1919 by Russian inventor Alexander Andreey, Andreey, Andreey. The project was well regarded by Nikolai Reinen and technology historians, oh my gosh, I can't even pronounce this, U.V. Bulgakov and S.V. Golulyuk. Later it was issued a patent, but apparently was not built or tested. It was oxygen and methane powered, likeliest a rocket, with wings each roughly 1 meter, which is 3 feet long. In 1959, Aerojet General Corporation won a U.S. Army contract to devise a jetpack or rocket pack. At the start of 1960, Richard Peoples made his first tethered flight with his Aeropack. In 1960, the Bell rocket belt was presented to the public. The jet of gas was provided by hydrogen peroxide powered rocket, but the jet could also be powered by a turbojet engine, a ducted fan, or other kinds of rockets powered by solid fuel, liquid fuel, or compressed gas, usually nitrogen. This is the oldest known type of jetpack or rocket pack. One Bell rocket belt is on display at the Smithsonian Institution's National Air and Space Museum Annex and Stephen F. Udvar-Hazy Center located near Dulles Airport. Now, TV's Lost in Space unaired pilot No Place to Hide was filmed in January 1965, which featured the jetpack that the dad wore, John Robinson. And then, as I mentioned, Thunderball, the 007 movie, was released that same year on December 9th, 1965, first in Tokyo, Japan, and then later that month everywhere else in the United Kingdom, then America in December 65. It also appeared in 1982 in the season 2 premiere of The Fall Guy, starring Lee Majors as Hollywood stuntman Colt Seavers, who pays the bills by being a bounty hunter on the side. And the episode was titled Bail and Bond, where he's working on a James Bond movie. And he captures one of the bad guys with the rocket belt jetpack. And of course, you had movies later on down the road, but also there was an appearance a couple years after that Fall Guy on Saturday, July 28, 1984, at the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum for the opening of the ceremonies of the 1984 Summer Games in Los Angeles. Maybe that's the connection with this guy. But I have a quick clip of the opening ceremonies of the Olympics from 1984 with the jetpack. This is pretty cool. Let's see if I can find that for you. And I remember this video. Look on YouTube for it, and I have a quick interview, too, with the guy who flew. He's still alive, the guy that flew the rocket belt at the 84 Summer Olympics. Let's listen. This video on YouTube is called the LA Olympics Rocket Belt Flight on the YouTube channel Rocket Compulsion. I think this is interesting. This is the guy that actually wore it.
The Olympic thing was a big deal, we could tell right from the first. Going back a little bit, I had finished the rocket belt in the early 70s, and I had gradually learned how to fly it, tentatively. And when the Olympic thing came along, I thought, oh boy, this will be great, I'll do it myself. So I zipped down there and went up to the top of the Coliseum and looked down, and I thought, no way, not me. So I called Bill Suter, who was the ace rocket belt pilot guy that we had been using.
Nelson starts pleading with me. And so there's no problem. Whatever you need, you got it. And I thought, geez, not now. For the flight, I was to take off from the top of the parasoil in the Coliseum, which is 90 feet above the playing field. They insisted that we be all strapped in and ready to fly long before we needed to be. And you really don't want to pressurize the belt early, but we had to. And in the hot sun, the pressure kept rising. Now, the higher the pressure gets, the more powerful the thing is. At the time, I weighed about 200 pounds, which was heavier than I'd ever flown before.
And it's about the opening, and the announcer's saying, and in front of 6 billion people across the world, and I'm up there adjusting the pressure regulator while Bill's standing there ready to go, and they're doing a countdown, sort of. So I was thinking, if I don't get it high enough, he's going to go which will be really embarrassing. And so it slipped, and it went about 615 pounds pressure, and I locked it. And I said, "You're ready to go, Bill."
Nelson keeps looking down at it with this worried glance, and it's hard for the pilot to look around and see it. And I thought, oh, Jesus, this thing is going to take off hotter than a pistol.
We'll get back to that in a minute. I don't want to keep our special guest waiting any longer. We have on the phone a gentleman whose dad needs absolutely no introduction. This is the son of Harvey Korman, but I want to read a little bit about Chris before I bring him on. Chris Korman, he's a producer. He's the son of beloved comedian Harvey Korman. Chris has 15 years experience in the entertainment industry, working with artists in various capacities, including brand building and agenting, getting an agent. A graduate of Lesley College in Cambridge, Massachusetts, where he studied theater history. He received training in stage management at Colorado Mountain College under Thomas Cochran. Following in the tradition of his father, Chris has supported such charitable organizations as the nonprofit Marianne Frostig Golf Tournament, which he co-hosted and served on the board for 22 years. Keshet of Chicago, for which he served as spokesperson in 1997, and the Learning Disabilities Association of America, for which he gave a keynote address in 2017. Chris has worked behind the scenes of TV Confidential since 2016. Chris's first book, Oh My God, It's Harvey Korman's Son was released in 2020 by Bear Manor Press. So, Chris, how are you doing today? Thank you for joining the Nostalgic Podblast. Chris, are you there? Chris! Chris, can you hear me? Oh, this is funny. Chris, are you there? Listen to the phone. Well, damn, I guess I lost him. I have to get back to the jetpack. Chris, if you can hear me, call back. Chris. Hello, Chris. Trying to wait for the delay to catch up. Chris Korman. Hopefully he'll call back. I'm going to get back to what I was talking about with the jetpack. I think the jetpack is fascinating. There were movies after the LA Olympics, of course. There was a movie called The Rocketeer that was loosely based on that concept. Ah, here he is. Chris, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How are you doing today?
I'm fine.
Good, good, good. I was just giving an introduction, talking about your history. And, man, I was a huge fan of your father's, as I'm sure most of the people that are listening today were, with the Carol Burnett Show and all of those great movies and his partnership with Mel Brooks. But I have some questions for you, if I may.
Well, first of all, I want to tell you, I want to thank you for your introduction, because that's more than I get from my own wife or my cat and my son.
I hope I didn't mangle any of the pronunciation of those organizations.
No, you didn't.
Oh, good.
My dad used to call it frosty freeze. I have no idea why. He couldn't seem to pronounce the word frostic. He used to call it frosty freeze.
Frosty freeze. Now, you're in Las Vegas, correct?
I am in Las Vegas, yeah.
Oh, I wish I were there, man. I haven't been there since November 2017. I had a hell of a time. That must be great to live there.
It is. Actually, I was really quite surprised, to tell you the true chance. When I first came here about 20 years ago, when my dad was touring with Tim, I thought it was a great town. People were nice. I couldn't necessarily see myself living here. It was great to visit him, but I found that the taxes are a lot better here. But I have found people to be far more hospitable, well, far more so than San Diego, I can tell you that. I mean, not to say all San Diego is bad, but there's an arrogance about people in San Diego I don't get. I'm not going to bash San Diego. I'm just saying, I just think Vegas is great, and we've made a lot of friends here, and we have a great life here. Outside of being run over by Elvis impersonators,
right?
I'm fine.
Good. Well, I want to start with the interview, if I may. When did you first meet Harvey Korman?
You mean my father?
Yeah, it's a joke. Okay. Bad delivery. No.
When I got his first bill.
Ah! No, what's your story? I'd like to start from the beginning of your life. Where did you grow up?
I grew up in a place called Belfast, off of the Playboy building in Los Angeles.
Oh, nice.
Then we moved to Hancock Park, which is a suburb of L.A., and that's where Dad spent 10 years on the Burnett Show. So we lived in Hancock Park for a good portion of my life. Then we had a summer house in Malibu, it's funny, you brought up Larry Hagman in one of your emails. I live next to Hagman in Malibu.
Oh, he's one of my favorite actors. God bless him, and God bless your father, yeah.
And he and Hagman worked on a movie called Three's a Crowd. My dad played a therapist. And Hagman did an episode of The Streets of San Francisco playing a disc jockey called Terry Vine. And my stepfather, George, was his engineer. So George and my father both worked with Hagman, so I knew Hagman from both sides. So it's interesting how the world works, is that between George, my father, my life connections with this business covers both my dad and George. So it's a very odd world that I lived in, because I could go into a grocery store in Malibu and see Hagman 20 minutes later. He'll be like, "Wait a minute, Chris, didn't I just see you with George?" I said, yeah. I said, now you're with your dad. It's like, Mr. Hackman, George is my George is my stepfather, and my father was my father. He's like, really? I had no idea. People don't make that connection.
Right. Was Larry? Go ahead.
No, I mean, he was God, what a character he was. Oh my God, what a character he was.
Now, was he working on I Dream of Jeannie in those days? Was this the 1960s you're talking about?
This is post I Dream. This is the middle 70s.
Okay, before Dallas, just before Dallas, in that range. Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent,
and,
yeah.
Yeah, he's a very underrated actor. I don't think Hackman gets enough credit because of I Dream of Jeannie in Dallas. I think Larry could play anything. If you saw him in Primary Colors with Travolta,
yeah,
playing the senator who finds out that he likes strange sex and he breaks down and cries in front of Travolta, I think he doesn't really get enough credit, and he should.
He should, and he once said that doing comedy is the hardest form of acting for him. Anyway.
Well, you have to remember, when he's doing I Dream of Jeannie, like any movie or a sitcom, more sitcoms than anything, is you have to remember you're not doing in front of an audience, so you have to hear the beat. You have to hear, how long do I hold for a laugh? I can't start talking over the laugh because of the canned laughter. So you're having to have like a metronome in your head. Okay, how long should I hold for a laugh? So doing comedy really should be done in front of an audience because you get that immediate response. And so doing one camera comedy is really hard, and a lot of actors don't like doing that. My dad hated it.
That's a great point. Excellent point. Yeah.
Thank you. So I grew up in Los Angeles. My older sister Maria, who was in Baltimore, she's an attorney. We lived in Hancock Park, which eventually was bought out by Regis Philbin and his wife, Joy. And my mom and dad got divorced. I ended up moving to San Monica with my mother when she married my stepfather, George DiCenzo. For those who don't know who George DiCenzo is, he played Vincent Bugliosi in Helter Skelter.
Wow.
And he's the voice of Hordak and Bo on She-Ra. He's the one that hits Michael J. Fox with the car in Back to the Future 1. That's my stepfather.
That's really cool. You got quite a Hollywood family.
Yes, and my distant cousin, on my dad's side, distant cousin was Artie Johnson from Laugh-In.
Oh, yeah, he's about my size. I love Artie Johnson. Yeah, he worked well with Ruth Buzzy. Yeah, as the dirty old man.
Yes, he unfortunately already died about 2 years ago, almost a year, maybe a year ago, from non-Hodgkin's lymphoma.
Oh, Lord, yeah. I read about that.
Artie was so dear to me. He and my father actually won an Emmy in '68. I think back then, Chance, it was a catch-all category. It was documentaries, specials, variety shows. So I said, Dad, in essence, you beat out a moose, a cow, a horse, a dog, and Conway all at once. It's like, if you lose to a moose, and my dad said, I have no problem losing to a moose. I have a problem losing out to Conway.
Oh, man, I'm going to go over your father's incredible resume of awards and acting. I pulled up a lot of information. I just wanted to introduce you first since you're the guest.
Oh, you're very kind.
And, I probably should have started setting up your father and talking about his history. I was talking about the damn jetpack incident in L.A., that guy that's on the loose with the jetpack near LAX. You've probably seen it in the news.
Oh, yeah.
I know you're not in L.A., you're in Vegas, but I'm sure you read about that or saw it, yeah.
Yes.
But, all right, so let me ask you something.
Okay.
Now, who is Christopher Korman? And you have a family. You mentioned you have a wife. I have a family too. I have a sister, a father, No, I'm not married. But you have a real family of your own. Tell me about your family.
Well, my wife is Patricia Korman. She is studying to be a fine arts major, and she's a part-time accountant and full-time wife and mother. She puts that with me, so I know she's a saint. And my son Scott, who is wanting to study biography, oceanography and science, but there's a glimmer of him, just a little bit of a glimmer, or some kind of interest in voiceovers and doing stand-up. And we talked about it. I said, you finish school, you do some acting, you learn how to do dialects, you learn how to work with other people, and you get a clean 5 to 7 minute set. You know, you can start doing some improv, you can start doing some comedy in comedy stores, but you have to finish your education, and I'll support you if you want to get into voiceovers or things like that. And so, you know, he's 18, so he's trying to figure it all out.
Yeah.
And I continue to, in my own way, again, promote my book and also find ways to use the cachet being his son to help other actors or other performers who don't have the luxury of having my name, help with finding them agents, helping them with press. I mean, and here's what's funny is most of the time they go, all right, Chris, how much are you charging? He says, I'm not charging. I said,
What?
why not? Because
No 20% commission? Nothing?
No, because I don't believe in exploiting their career aspirations for selfish gain. Because my father wouldn't. My father was a mentor to a lot of people, but he would never exploit that to have their hand in their pocket. So what right do I have to do that? Now, if somebody offers me compensation for my time, that's one thing. But I would never exploit an actor or a performer who's struggling to make it for profit, because that's not the point of me using my name. The point of using my name is to all the other people. Now, like I said, if people want to offer it to me, that's a different story. But I'm not seeking it, because this is the best way I know how to honor my father. That's what I believe strongly. Plus, I also just believe it's hard to have an ego when your father spent a good portion of your life dressed up like the Avon lady or a chicken.
I'm really glad that PBS is airing the Carol Burnett Show again, and I know they've been released on home video. You can look up the Carol Burnett Show on the official sources. They've released them in the 1-hour format, because originally the Carol Burnett Show was a 1-hour show, and then in the 70s it was syndicated as Carol Burnett and Friends as a half-hour show. And only the first 5 seasons were not available until 2018 when MeTV started running them. But they ran them also as a half-hour show, but they would cut them in half. So you'd get the full hour, but I think they'd still remove some skits for commercial time, since shows were over 51 minutes in length without commercials back when Carol Burnett was on network television. And these days it's like 42, 43 minutes. But I think on MeTV it's up to 46 minutes without ads. But anyway, I love that the 1-hour format is back, and I've been watching them. And I love there was a great parody of the James Bond movies that your dad was a part of.
Oh, that's right.
And just what an incredible show. But you mentioned your book, so let's talk about your book. Now, your book is titled Daddy Dearest, is it not?
No, it's called Oh My God, It's Harvey Korman's Son.
That was a bad joke. I know. Your dad was a prince. I've read he was
Daddy Dearest.
Yeah.
No, trust me, there was no hangers involved.
Good.
A lot of pickle juice and locks, but no hangers. So he, the whole point of the genesis of the whole book, to be honest with you, Chance, my wife and I co-wrote it because the author's name on the book, Ron Brower, was fine, but he didn't really attach the understanding of what I wanted. The point of the book, from my wife's standpoint and my standpoint, it should be a love letter to his fans. It should have, I didn't know this quality to the book. I didn't know that. John Biner, one of my favorite performers, I contacted him and told him that I was one of his biggest fans. And I told him who I was.
From Bizarre, John Biner, is that what you said? Oh, I love John Biner. From Bizarre and Super Dave Osborne. That was a great show on Showtime.
God,
yeah.
Yes. And he responds to me on Facebook, Chance. I said, you have no idea what honor it is for me to talk to you. I said, Chris, let me tell you, I read your book when it came out. I had no idea the level of compassion and your father's involvement in your... I didn't even know you had a learning disability, because I bet you once or twice in your lifetime. You didn't. I mean, you so much humanized your father, and how much more love and respect I have for your father, more probably how much love and affection I have for you. I couldn't believe John Biner said this to me. I was floored. I was touched. I almost started crying, because John Biner is one of my comedy heroes. And for him to say that to me, okay, this is just surreal. This is an out-of-body experience that Shirley MacLaine will never have.
Right. I met John Byner. It's not as glamorous as your story. I was just working in a drugstore as a college job, and he was working the comedy club circuit, and he was at the Punchline in Sandy Springs, Georgia, and he stopped by to buy toiletries for his hotel room. And I talked with him. I go, "You're John Byner," and he goes, "How do you know who I am?" I said, "Man, I watch you all the time in Bizarre." This was like in 1991 after Bizarre had ended. Anyway, please continue.
He's just, he was so humble that I reached out to him. I said, "Humble?" I said, you're a comedy icon, Mr. Byner." And I told him the story. You never heard the story. You know how Johnny Mathis, his impression of Johnny Mathis is legendary, right?
Yes.
So,
the crooner.
Johnny Mathis is at a festival or a fundraiser in L.A. My dad is in the audience. What does Johnny Mathis do? He breaks out into Chances Are. Not three bars into it, my dad starts laughing. And Johnny says, wait a minute, stop. Harvey, what is so funny? My dad said, "I'm sorry, Johnny, but I can't see you and listen to you without thinking of Byner."
Wow.
And he said, "See, that's just my luck. Byner does better me than I do me." And so now everybody, so he starts singing again, and my dad starts laughing. He's like, "Johnny, Harvey, if you're going to laugh, please leave." I said, "I'm sorry. Sorry, Johnny. Every time you sing Chances Are, I think of Byner." It's like, okay, all right, I'm fine. So I'll try to stifle myself, or I'll just go to the bathroom for 20 minutes while you sing. But I told Byner that he was so floored and touched that his rendition of Mathis is so legendary that my dad couldn't watch Johnny Mathis anymore. And he never heard this story before, so John was so flattered. But I told him, if there's anybody who should have been on the Burnett Show more, or who would have been a better comedy teammate with my father other than Conway, was him. And I think my dad and John would have been better together than my dad and Conway, only because John had more range than Conway. John Byner is an underrated actor, and he doesn't get enough credit for being a really fine actor. But John didn't have to break up my father to get a laugh. John could stay within the framework of the sketch. He didn't have to break up my father or do any of those things to get a reaction out of my father. And personally, as much as everybody likes the breaking up, I can honestly tell you, I didn't like it, and my dad didn't like it either, because he was a classically trained actor at Goodman Theater. He studied with Uta Hagen. He studied at Herbert Berghoff Studios. My father had so much classical training. He had existential crisis just saying good morning. You know?
So he was such a pro. All my friends, myself, I loved it when he broke character and cracked up on the Carol Burnett Show. I love bloopers like that, like the end of a Burt Reynolds movie.
Right.
But that's interesting. So he didn't like that because he was a total pro.
He was, and he felt that breaking the fourth wall, you're not just upstaging the performer, you're upstaging the crewman, the cameraman, the boom guy, because the boom guy doesn't know where to go. The cameraman have their shot on a card. So if a performer breaks the fourth wall and starts doing stuff that is not planned, the cameraman doesn't know what to pick up. So you're not just upstaging the performer, you're upstaging the whole crew, and that makes everybody look bad. So from that perspective, I think breaking the fourth wall. I mean, Saturday Night Live has made a history of breaking the fourth wall. It's just not funny. But my father really was very disciplined. And another thing people don't understand is my father wasn't a sketch artist. He wasn't a comedian. He was an actor doing comedy. There's a huge difference, because my dad's not playing the joke. My dad's always playing the reality of the moment, whether it's farce or satire or an homage, like Went with the Wind. He's not doing Clark Gable doing. He's not doing Clark Gable doing Red Butler. He's interpreting Clark Gable. In a sense, but who's Clark Gable? He's Red Butler. But my dad always said, you always have to play the believability. I'm always an actor playing comedy. I'm not ever a comedian. Even though that's my title, people call me a comedian. I'm really an actor doing comedy, and there's a huge difference.
Right, he was reacting and he was method acting. Yes.
Yes, he was. And he learned that being around Lucy, that if the performer believes in what they're doing, the audience is going to believe it. If the actor is mugging and making faces and acting hesitant. The audience is going to read that. Oh, they don't really believe in what they're doing. They're hamming it up. They're mugging to the camera. They're indicating, oh, the punchline's coming up. You better get ready to laugh. That's not comedy. That's self-indulgence behavior. That's, look what I'm going to do. That's funny. And I'm going to upstage the writer. And my dad really believes that you're serving the writer.
Interesting.
So,
And you're the only son in the family. You have sisters, but you're Harvey Korman's only son. Huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
I am. Thank God.
I've got a younger sister, and that's it. But well, let me ask you, what's your favorite performance that you saw of your dad's?
Oh boy.
I'm sure there's many.
I'll tell you the one, and most people would not believe it, or maybe they would believe it. Everybody puts Blazing Saddles on as number one. On the whole, on the scope, he did four Bush films. I would have to say, and me and you both love History of the World Part 1.
My favorite?
This is going to sound strict, mine too, and people are going to think I'm actually delusional, past stupid. I put High Anxiety 1A, History 1B, and Blazing Saddles 1C. And as much as I love Hedley Lamar, the moments in History of the World, because I was there, is more personal to me because I was there. I was on the set of High Anxiety 1 or 2 days. But the werewolf scene in High Anxiety just floors me to no end. I swear to God, it's one of the funniest scenes with Mel, Ron Clark, the patient, who also co-wrote High Anxiety with Rudy DeLuca and Barry Levinson, who most people don't know were actually comedy writers on the Burnett Show before they left Carol's show to go work with Mel. So High Anxiety is very personal to me, but History is very personal to me because I was there for the filming of it and got to be around Mel for 3 weeks. And you want to talk about a lesson in comedy and humility and humanity? Just to be around Mel is priceless.
Yeah.
And I tell you, Mel and my father loved each other. That's the first time, I'll tell you, Blazing Saddles was first and they had worked together. Now, obviously, Mel and Carl had legendary chemistry. My dad and Mel had never worked together. And remember the first scene for him that day was the paddle scene.
Right.
In the office. And they had never worked together. So it's a matter of comic timing and rhythm. And if you never work with somebody, you don't know what their rhythm is. And Dad, you couldn't predict that they were going to have this kind of chemistry. And my dad said, I just, after a day, after working with Mel all these years later, I said, Dad, you have the best chemistry with Mel than I've seen with anybody else. Because Mel lets you fly. Mel's not threatened by your strengths. Skelton didn't like other people getting laughs. Danny Kaye didn't like getting other laughs. Carol wanted you to shine. Mel wanted you to shine. That's why my father, Madeline Kahn, and so many people who worked in the repertory of Mel Brooks shined, because Mel gave them the best chance to shine. And it is rare to find that.
It is.
So History of the World Part 1 in, wait for the shake, and don't be saucy with me, Bernays. And it's good to be the king.
It's good to be the king. Yeah, I love that.
That is just, and the whole scene in the bedroom.
Yeah.
And just to be, every 5 minutes, like, Chris, do you need something? Like, no, you're the director, you're the producer. Can I get you something?
And Mel's still alive. I'd knock on wood. Mel's still alive at 95 years of age.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Dick Van Dyke is still alive. Betty White is still at almost 100.
Yeah.
Norman Lear is still at it.
The fountain of youth is real.
It is. It's amazing. I talked to Mel actually after Ann had died, and I thanked them. I emailed him, called him, thanked them for the tickets. He got me the tickets to the producers for my wife and I, and I wanted to pay my condolences honestly. So anytime I need, Mel says, anytime you need something, just call me. I said, no, I would never bother you. It's like, you never bother me because I love you. You could never bother me. So I'll have my assistant always put you through when you call. I'm like, okay, Mel, but I never want to feel like I'm bothering you because you can never bother me. I tolerated your father, but I love you. And he jokingly said that, but he said, Chris, the joke is, or not so much the joke is, the inference is that Ann told Mel about my father being on the Burnett Show. And Mel said to me at the memorial, oh, don't listen to Anne Bancroft. What does she know about talent? She's only an Oscar winner. I said, what do you mean? It's like, I had your father in my mind the whole time. And Anne likes to take credit for discovering your father. I said, well, I'm not going to argue with you, Mel, but, I mean, the fact that you tapped my father for Blazing Saddles, that's a career changer. You know? I mean, my dad had come out to the Burnett Show in 77, and Blazing Saddles really did help his career a lot. Huckleberry Finn was pretty good, but, you know, Blazing Saddles probably put him on the map.
What projects did you actually witness your father work on? I know you mentioned to me offline that you went to England or Europe for 3 weeks to film History of the World Part 1. But what other projects did you witness?
I got to be on the set a day or two for High Anxiety. I think they were doing the werewolf scene that day, which was just glorious. Just to be on the set with Mel is just, as I said before, is just the greatest experience of your life. My dad did a sitcom, a one-camera sitcom called Nut House in '89 with Alan Spencer, who did Sledgehammer, and Mel's production company produced that with Cloris Leachman, Gregory Itzman, who played the president on 24, Molly Hagan, Brian McNamara, Mark Blankfield. But I got to be an extra work on his shows. I got to be extra work and be on the set of Mama's Family, the first 2 seasons, which my dad directed.
Loved it. That's a classic, in my opinion.
It's not bad. The first 2 seasons aren't bad, and I got to be in a couple episodes. And,
well, can I stop you? Did you work, or were you a part of the episode they did Family Feud, where the Harper family was on Family Feud with Richard Dawson?
Here's what's funny about that episode, and I'm glad you brought it up. I was actually having reconstructive jaw surgery that week.
Oh, man.
So, did you ever tell you about, we hear the stories about, it's show business, right?
Yeah, that's showbiz. Yeah.
Really, it sounds funny to say it. It really was a Burnett family. And if you were part of the Burnett family, you were a part of the Burnett family for your whole life. I can't tell you how many crew members came to visit me from the Burnett Show when I was in the hospital. It was surreal. It showed you how much love they had for Carol and how much they had love for my father. Crew members were walking through the hallways of St. John's Hospital looking for me. They're like, and the people are going, who are these people walking our hallways? And they're like, oh, that's the crew from the Mama's Family. It's like, well, why is the crew of Mama's Family in the hallways? You don't know Chris Korman is the son of Harvey Korman. It's like, oh my God! And all of a sudden, the staff got excited. So when I came back, now that week they were shooting the Family Feud scene. So when it was all over, my dad and the crew would come visit me at the hospital and share with me what the Family Feud show was all about. So every time I watch that episode, I get emotional because that was the week I had my jaw surgery. But I got back to my room, Chance. There were flowers from Carol. There was a balloon and flowers and a picture from Betty White. And I told Betty White's agent about that whole story and what Betty White means to me as a person. I didn't ask her agent to bother me, but it really was a family. And I still talk to Jody Hamilton, Carol's daughter, and we commiserate on Facebook about those great years. But it really was the family. And the Mama's Family show was shot on stage 33, the Bob Barker stage, for many years. And I can honestly tell you, it really was a family. And
that's great, man.
And I mean, because it sounds trite and so typical of saying, oh yeah, I know it's a business, but Carol made sure that she knew everybody's name, from the ushers to the guy who swept the floor, and that was true. She did, and she treated everyone as an equal, and that transferred over into the Mama's Family crew because, let me tell you something that was really strange. Nikki Nahan was the prop manager for Mama's Family and the Burnett Show. Mama's Family. His father was Stu Nahan, the sportscaster for NBC News. And so I got to be around Nicky Nahan. And he has a legendary father, so we can commiserate about what it's like to have legendary fathers. I said it has its pros and it has its cons. But, yeah, I got to be on quite a few of his, and I got to be around George and his productions on things that he did. I have been blessed to be around some incredible artists in my life. And just get to know them. I mean, two that have just passed the last couple of years was James Hampton from F Troop and Ken Berry.
Ken Berry, right.
Both of them, I won't go on up, I'll just say Ken Berry and James Hampton were mentions of mentions to me. And no matter what my speech impediment was, no matter my LD might have caused me to sound, look different, they always treated me with the utmost respect. They always took time to talk to me. I mean, I'm at Hollywood Squares, and I'm running the hallways, and I got buck teeth, and I got a speech impediment. Jack Klugman stops and starts talking to me. I said, hello, Mr. Klugman. He's like, how are you? I was like, I'm fine. How are you, Chris? He's like, you know who I am? I said, you're Harvey's son. I said, okay, now this is just really surreal now. You know who I am. Because I've idolized Jack Klugman my whole life. So I told his son, Adam, that. He said, Chris, you have no idea what that means to me. I said, you have no idea what your father meant to me, Adam. Here's this little kid with a little speech impediment and learning disability. We're running the halls of NBC, and your father stops and talks to me for 15, 20 minutes at a time. Hey, how you doing? How's school? How are things with you? He didn't have to do that.
Right.
I don't know how much he knew that. I mean, prior to talking to the person, did he know that I was Harvey's son? But the fact that he took time, and he said, Chris, you're an individual yourself. That's how he treated me. It wasn't that you're Harvey's son. It is that you're a person yourself on your own merits. Whether I like your father or not, it's secondary to the issue that you're a child. You're a person, you know. And that meant more to me than probably anything in this world, because he didn't have to, and he did.
Do you think those days are long gone in Hollywood, of that family unit, that family atmosphere like Carol Burnett had?
Yeah, it is. And that's what's sad. It is gone. Because, and I told Adam, every time I talk to Adam on Facebook, I just go on and on about his father. He said, Chris, whoa, slow down. I said, you have no idea what admiration and affection that Jack and I had for your father. So it's become a mutual admiration society with Adam. And Jan Murray's son, Howard Murray, is a dear friend of mine. And Lisa Hackett, Buddy's daughter. And we all commiserate. We all talk. And here's the reality of the business. A lot of times the biggest casualties, Chance, are the families. They suffer the most. Because the father or the performer has to spend so much time away from their family, cultivating this legendary brand, that a lot of things get lost. And then one of the things that happens is the casualty is family.
Look at Carol's daughter, Carrie. Drugs.
Oh, God.
Terrible tragedy. I mean, I hate to bring it up, but it's a matter of record. Barbara Eden's only child, died. Drugs. It happens.
Yeah.
Whether they're in the business or not. They're in the shadow of their parent, their famous, talented parent, and a lot of kids can't handle it.
Well, that's why the key of the book was to humanize my father in terms of, Carol wrote her book, Vicki wrote her book, Tim wrote his book. That's their perception of my father, not my perception of my father. So the whole point of me doing the book was, celebrate him. And a lot of my family members don't like the fact that I do this. They feel that I'm sharing personal things about my father. I said, well, first of all, my father shared personal things about his life with everybody.
Yeah.
Because he felt that made him more accessible as a human being and as a performer. And so the whole genesis of the book really was for me to spin the speaking opportunities that I could have, but also connect with other special ed theaters and programs throughout the world and come and talk about what it's like, how important speech pathology and theater was to me in my development, and how important that those things mattered to me, because my father said, you're not doing theater because you want to be famous. There are skills or tools you can use in the world of theater to help you retain information, because my learning disability in clinical diagnosis is the retention of information. So when you're doing a play, you have to retain 200, 300 pages of script. You have to be able to have short-term and long-term memory because you got to purge yourself of one day's staging and then learn more staging the next day. You have to have cuts in the middle of a play and a show. So my dad really pushed theater, not because he wanted me to become famous, but the tools of theater helped me learn about compromise and teamwork, inclusiveness and support, and the skills of retaining information, and helped me work on my speech and diction. And I didn't know he was doing that. He said that if you love theater, you're going to do it because you love it. All those other aspects of the tools of theater will come to you naturally because you love what you do. So my dad really was progressive in those things about educational tools before you could call it. They were educational tools. And so he always celebrated my learning disability as a blessing and not a blight on the family name. I said, Dad, I think your cross-dressing took care of that.
Did your dad have a photographic memory? I mean, was he able to memorize scripts readily, or did he struggle with that?
He get the script on, I used to call it the 31 flavors of scripts.
31 flavors?
Monday, it was yellow. By the time the Burnett show got to Friday, it had been 700,000 other colors.
Oh, gee. Because of rewrites, you mean?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, every day was a rewrite.
For the layman out there, yeah.
Change, cut, change, cut, change. So
right.
By the time Friday came and they did the pre-recordings, everything had to be cold. Because they didn't get into the studio until Thursday. Because Price is Right occupied the Burnett show.
The Bob Barker studio, yes.
Right, from Monday through Thursday or Wednesday. So they didn't get into the studio to do dry block until Thursday, and Friday was shooting day. So my dad had to learn quickly. Now, as far as, because he told me, he's the one that told me he thinks he's the one with the learning disability because his ability to retain information and read was his struggle. But one of the things he said, if I had to do dialects, I had to get a phonetics book to break down the dialects, because if you're going to work with Danny Kaye or Skelton, you had to be a master dialectician. And Carl always said your dad was the best funny dialectician in the business. I said, well, Carl, I don't know about that, but that's very nice. Coming from Carl Reiner, that's a compliment.
Yeah.
Because my dad was considered Carl Reiner the
God bless him.
Yes, God bless him. And I had so much affection for Carl and for Tracy Reiner. And, Tracy lost her mother, Penny.
Right.
Lost Gary Marshall and Carl Reiner within the last, 5 or 10 years?
Yes.
I mean, so yeah, he would have to get the script on Monday. He would make notes, and he had to figure it out, and he had to, take maybe chunks of 10, 15 pages a day. But because he did summer stock in Chicago for all those years, he got to the point where he could learn the material faster.
Where he was born, I might add, Chicago, for those that don't know.
Yeah, it's from Northside Chicago. And he went to Goodman Theater with Shelley Berman and Geraldine Page from 1950 to 1955. And he did a production of Hamlet in '59 before he met my mother. And Betty Davis and Charles Lawton came backstage to say, "You're the next Olivier."
Wow, what a compliment!
And my dad said, "Look, when it comes '60, when I went out with your mother, and he told Tom Shales of the LA Times, when there were reporters, Hollywood reporters back then, Hollywood was looking for a blonde Adonis. I gave them an aging balding Jew."
An aging balding Jew, okay.
That was his title. That's what he called himself.
Right.
So when he came out in '60, he was amazing. He and my mother lived out in near Burbank. And my mom was a charm school teacher and ad model for many years. So when they came out, she worked. He stayed home eating bologna sandwiches and looking to the box scores of Dodger games. And she worked. He didn't. But he got a Skelton. He got a Danny Kaye. He got Danny Kaye in '60. In '60, he got a few Skeltons. He got a couple of Jack Bennies. He got a Route 66. He got some Dennis. Dennis the Menace, a Gidget. Perry Mason. He got Route 66. He got, so all of a sudden, because back then, as you know, Chan's better than anyone, there was only 3 channels back then.
Yep. The big 3 before Fox came along in 1987.
Right. And back then, I
86.
think you had, Screen Gems, and there's only a handful of production companies back then.
Right.
So if you made your rounds with the
Desilu.
people,
Yeah.
Desilu, and so if you made your rounds, so if you did a couple of Munsters, the production company of Munsters would see him and go, "Oh, you should do our show." And then all of a sudden, he started getting a reputation for being a really great character actor. And he did a couple of Donna Reeds, and so he started working. But not until '63, when he got Danny Kaye, did his career just really just take off.
It's like the cliche, work breeds work. It's true, I guess, at least back then.
That's why he always said.
Well, that's great.
Always
So,
be ready for,
well, I was going to say about his memory, though, that is quite impressive that he could handle all those rewrites, all those scripts, all those years on the Carol Burnett show in front of a live audience, a live studio audience. That's really impressive. Like, there's some people out there that do have a photographic memory in the business, like Mary Lou Henner. Jackie Gleason supposedly could memorize a script just by glancing at it a couple of times. Very impressive. Very impressive.
Well, I'll tell you, going along with that theory, Joanne Woodward did an episode of The Burnett Show. She played Youth's best friend. Okay, here's the funny part of the story. It teaches us a lesson not to assume anything about performers. We assume all performers can do everything in this business. That's just not true. Paul Newman was in the sound booth with Joe Hamilton and the writers and the directors, right? And he's watching his wife do live sketch comedy on The Burnett Show. And he's sweating profusely. He said, "I don't know how you people do this every week. I would never do a sitcom. I would never do a variety show. I would never do anything live." And they're all looking at it like, "You're Paul Newman. You can do everything." That's a fallacy. That's not true. Not all actors can do everything. Now, my father could do what Paul Newman does, is do dramatic roles, but he wasn't. He was stereotyped as a sketch comedian and character actor,
right?
Which is another episode of Dr. Phil. My father, or another episode of the Therapist Couch, because my father always felt that he got unfairly labeled, like John Ritter, like Larry. You can only do one genre. You can't do it all. And the casting directors back then didn't know what to do with my father other than give him character roles.
Great point. Can I just stop you right there real quick, Chris? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
You mentioned John Ritter. John Ritter also was a serious actor before he got into comedy. And, of course, he was great at physical comedy, as was your dad. But he was on the Waltons. He played a preacher in the Waltons before Three's Company. Anyway, I digress.
No, thank you for making that point. And John and my father, who were very, 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 very dear friends, as his ex-wife, Nancy Ritter, who's very dear to me today. And I made that point, and Nancy and I will talk about that. I said, John and my father got unfairly labeled for something that they're just naturally good at, which is make people laugh. But they didn't realize that John could do it all. But he got stereotyped for being a physical comedian. And he always kind of bristled at that. I said, so did my father, Nancy. My dad hated the fact that the casting people and the producers in this industry saw my father as a character actor or a sketch comedian, and he wasn't. And I don't think the casting directors then or now do their homework. And that's an impediment to the performer. They're not able to evolve as performers. That stops the flow of income when you do that. When you put a label like that on somebody. So, yeah, labels are dangerous. I always said this about my learning disability or about labeling people. Labels are good for utensil drawers and sock drawers. They're not good for the human race.
Right on.
So, yeah, well, that's how my father and my mother met. They actually did a play together in Wisconsin, which is where my mother's from. And ironically, he was doing a play with Shecky Green called Mr. and Mrs., and they needed models for the play. And Seymour Burns, who turned out to be the eventual writer for, I think, Skelton, had created it. So they needed models. So my dad and my mom met over at a party. They had mutual friends in Wisconsin at the time, and they're at this small theater. Above the theater, there's an apartment, and they had this small apartment. And my dad and my mom start flirting together, but they're taking this tinfoil that's on the table and start making animals out of the tinfoil and sending it over to the other person. And my mom would laugh, and she'd send and redo it and send it back to my father. So I'm thinking, wait a minute. I said, Mom, you're trying to tell me I have to thank the Reynolds rat people for being born?
And by the way, sincere, heartfelt condolences on the passing of your mom. I'm really sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that, chance.
And I meant to mention that at the top of the interview. I'm sorry I didn't say that from the get-go.
No, it's okay. But if people want to know what my mom looks like, I put on my page the 5 days that her and my father did Tattletales together. So if they want to see what my mom looked like. She's a gorgeous woman. She had a great sense of humor. She was kind of shy, so Gene Rayburn flirted with her a lot.
He was hosting Tattletales that week. For those that don't know, it aired July 1974. Yeah.
And Roger Perry, who was married at the time, Joanne Worley.
From Laugh-In.
And Roger Perry died a couple years ago, but he was married to Joyce Bulifant, who I went to school with her son, John Asher Mallory. And, everybody knows Joyce Bulifant, who has a book out about she has dyslexia. And so...
That's tough, like Lindsay Wagner has dyslexia. I don't know how performers can deal with that. It's amazing they can overcome. By the way, you don't sound like you have a disability to me. You've touched on.
I love you for that alone. I love you for that alone, Chance.
I'm serious. What? Please, specifically, you have talked about it, but let's reiterate. What are your disabilities that you struggle with, or did struggle with?
Well, here's the thing about learning disability and dyslexia. There's a huge difference between dyslexia and LD. In the context of, there's 156 types of dyslexia, dysgraphia, dyslitteria. Okay, that is more of a interpretation, like B versus D. Learning disability is the struggling for the retaining of information. It's a comprehension disability. It's not a reading disability. There's a huge difference. Because Henry Winkler has dyslexia.
Right.
And Cher had dyslexia, and Tom Cruise said he got over his dyslexia. He took some kind of pill in 1980, and he's fine now.
Interesting. Because I thought Scientologists don't believe in medication, or maybe I'm getting confused with Mormons. I don't know.
Well, they're probably one and the same. They just don't know.
Anyway.
So I have to really, in the 80s, somebody thought it was really wise to secure funding. Let's group LD with dyslexia. That's like putting the deaf with the blind. It's not the same disability. They all go under the heading of a disability, perhaps. But too many people today, and I'm not going to get on a soapbox because I hate that, but too many people fixate on the word disable. I'm not unable to learn. I learn differently. I have a specific learning style. I have a reading comprehension problem. So I have to reread something 3 or 4 times if I get it.
For reading comprehension, correct. It just takes you a little longer.
Right, but most people don't know, again, there's 156 types of dyslexia. So unless you go research that, people wouldn't know that. And when I told the dyslexics that, they go, really? I said, you don't know there's 156 types of dyslexia? I said, I know mine, but people don't know this dysgraphia or dyslitteria. They don't know the other ones because unless it appeals or applies to their disability or their aspect of their dyslexia, you only know about your own. Well, I have to know more than what I have to know more about my LD, that's fine. But if I want to go out and speak and talk about other disabilities in terms of autism, mental retardation, cerebral palsy, you have to be able to realize you start grouping everybody in the same. Some of these needs are going to get dismissed because you can't apply the same educational authority on every child.
It's not one size fits all. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Thank you.
And you mentioned a speech issue, but I mean, I think you have an awesome voice. You have a better voice than me by far, and you speak very clearly and succinctly.
No, you don't. Well, you're on the radio. You have a pristine delivery and pitch, and you have an exceptional one.
Well, thank you, but I don't detect any type of issue with you at all. But I just want to tell you that I'm not kissing your ass. I mean it sincerely.
No, it's their chance. Usually, when I get overly excitable or too many words are going from my brain to my mouth and I can't sort them out and I get overly excited about the subject I'm talking about, sometimes I'll stutter over a word. But that's one of the reasons why my father, I mean, prior to the speech, my jaw surgery, I went to speech pathology for quite a few years because I had braces on my mouth. But again, the whole speech pathology connection was And that's one of the things I'm going to try to do with the book is I'm going to try to find some speech pathology seminars and foundations, assuming our country doesn't close down again, is to do online seminars and speaking and talk about how speech pathology and theater were seminal tools in my development, social development, emotional development. Because one of the things my father said, Chris, is every chance, my dad would say, people are going to judge.
That's my middle name,
you
Chris. Go ahead.
Huh?
That's my middle name is Chris. That's okay. It's all good, brother. So what did your dad say?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Chance Christopher Bartels. But what did your dad say? I didn't mean to interrupt
He
you.
said, no, it's all right. He said, well, two life credos he bestowed upon me. He said, Chris, A, you only fail in life is when you don't try. And B, people are going to judge you based on how you present yourself. Maybe not necessarily the presentation, but the words that come out of your mouth and the conviction to which you express yourself is going to matter more. But your vocabulary reflects who you are as a person and how you articulate yourself to other people. Because you are going to have to someday be your own best advocate. I can't always do it. So if you got on the other side of the table of a teacher, they had to know they weren't getting the Harvey Korman, Mr. Yuck funny guy. They were getting a serious advocate, father, parent. And he could say, you can't do this, you can't do that, my son has a right for this. My father knew more about the American Disabilities Act than I did. And he could say, you have to do this, you have to provide this, and provide this, provide that for my son. Because if you don't, you're not going to get a look out of me. I can tell you that right now. So my dad was my biggest cheerleader.
That's
and
great. That's
because
awesome.
he celebrated my disability as a blessing and not a blight, my self-worth is pretty... I'm not to say my mom didn't, but being a public figure, you have to remember, when I was 5, when I started that golf tournament with my dad, I was the poster child for Frostic. I was all that Frostic could provide a child because Marion Frostic did believe in celebrating the child and their sameness qualities, not their differences. You celebrate the child, not the disability itself. And so I was really very much weaned on unconditional love of my father, and because he celebrated as my mom did. You know, when we had people coming over to our house, Steve Moore and Didi Gourmet, all these people coming over our house, it would have been very easy chance for my mom and dad to say, now you stay upstairs. You're the black sheep. No. You come downstairs with your sister, you commiserate with everybody, you talk for 15, 20 minutes. So what they're telling me is, okay that I have a speech impediment. It was okay that I have LD. I was still a person who had thoughts and feelings and had rights to communicate with the world. So they never pushed that down on me. And I told my mom that before she died. We had a long conversation about that. I said, you can't really measure what that means to a child.
Yes.
It's okay to be different. Because nowadays, parents are like, oh, woe is me, woe is me. My parents said, why not my child?
Right.
Why can't my child have success? They didn't ask the defeatist version of that word, why me? They asked the life-affirming, why not me?
Sounds like it worked. They didn't just push you in a dark corner. They wanted you to come and embrace and overcome the obstacles, and it sounds like you did.
I did, and I do every day. And I haven't. Oh God, my wife. We'll be married 19 years August, and I swear to God, if I didn't have the wife I had, I don't know where I would be.
Yeah.
Because she's taken that mantle of. Because I can appreciate you have a learning disability, but you like what your father said. I can't. I won't let you use the LD as a crutch. If it's something you don't understand, we'll figure it out. If it's a computer issue or a technology issue, let's be very methodical about this. Figure out what cord goes to this and that. Because I would get frustrated because one of the problems with my disability is that if too much information is coming at me, I get overwhelmed. Because I have to somehow comport the idea of step A, B, D, E, F, and G. But my problem is I see A, B, C, D, E, F, G all at once. So I don't know where to start. So my wife will say, just patiently, just take each step at a time. Take A, take B, take C in the steps you're trying to figure out this problem. So she never bought into the LD, not to be dismissive about it, but she said, your dad's right. You can't use the LD as a crutch, because what would you learn, or how would you evolve if you always use the LD as a crutch? We're not learning, because you're afraid. And my dad always said, Chris, if you ever thought you looked less than perfect in my eyes, or tried to live up to a high expectation from your mother or I, that's in your head, not in our head. That's you. And I said, Dad, I always felt like a burden on you and Mom because I always expected you always had to go the extra mile to get me to a camp or a school or get me this service or that service. So I felt like a burden on you and Mom. So I always wanted to overaccomplish so you guys wouldn't feel so bad about having a child with a learning disability. And he said, that's full of shit because, I'm sorry for swearing, but he said, that's a load of crap because that's in your head. That's not in our head. We didn't set the bar so high. We set the bar right where you can jump over. You be the best Chris Korman you can be, and that's good enough. But don't use the LD as a crutch, and don't use my fame as a crutch not to go farther or higher. Because I never told you had to go farther and higher because of who I was. You go farther and higher because you're capable of achieving it.
Compete with yourself, not with others.
Right. And that was the measuring stick. And, I remember I have a speech impediment. I'm a learning disability. I'm at these golf tournaments, and there stands in front of me Sidney Poitier. Wow. I'm like, are you kidding me? I have a picture of Sidney Poitier at my golf tournament. I didn't remember meeting him. I don't. It was so weird. And it was just, the people I got to meet at the golf tournament, like Robert Morse from How to Succeed in Business Without Really Trying, Michelle Lee, Nancy Dussault from Too Close for Comfort. Nancy and my dad worked together on the old new Dick Van Dyke show that he did from Arizona. And my dad directed a couple of those episodes. So I've known Nancy Dussault, God, my almost entire life. And she's a goddess to me. I call her my theatrical goddess. And that is the real blessing. And I'm not just I'm not going to smoke up your, Yahoo.
You can say whatever you want, man. You can say any word you want on this show.
It's the real blessing. My dad said it's true. Fame is fleeting, but relationships are forever. The people I've got to meet in this world, in the world of music, of literary, radio, like yourself, Bill Benjamin, another pop culture historian, Wesley Hyatt, who has a book out now about Betty White. I would get him on your show because you got great stories to tell.
Oh, I love Betty White. I met her. Well, we'll talk about that later. Please continue.
But yeah, that is the true blessing of having to walk the corridors of CBS and meet Carol O'Connor. To meet these people are just
Archie Bunker.
And have them say, Archie Bunker and him, and I had the CBS badge on, and I was walking to the soundstage on 33. They were doing Archie Bunker's plays at the time, 81 or 82, and they were doing Mama's Family on stage 41 for some reason that week. And I went to the stage 33 looking for somebody, and Carol O'Connor stopped me, and I was 15, and he said, "Young man, what are you doing in the studio?" I said, "Oh my God, you're Carol O'Connor." It's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking for my dad." And he looked at my badge and said, "Well, wait a minute. I know my eyes are not great, but you're not Harvey Korman." I said, "No, we had the same hairline, but that's about it." He said, "Your badge is pink and it has a picture of Harvey Korman." "Yeah, well, we can't walk through the studio unless we have identification." I said, "Oh, well, that's probably good that they have that." I said, "All right, well, anyways, I don't want to bother you, Mr. O'Connor." He said, "Well, no, wait, stop." I said, "Where's your dad?" "Well, I think he was on 41, but unless they took a production break, I don't know where he is. I thought he maybe came over here to watch or talk to you." I said, "No." I said, "Well, anyways, first of all, Mr. O'Connor, it's an honor to meet you." And I said, "You know how much affection I have for your father." Well, I said, "I remember you on Sonny and Cher doing that Sonny and Cher spoof on the Sonny and Cher show. They did an All in the Family spoof with Robert Merrill, the great opera singer, playing Archie Bunker. And Carol does a cameo on that." And he said, "God, you have a good memory of that." And I said, "Well, there's not much I don't know about you, Mr. O'Connor. You and my father, ironically, here's the strange, Dr. Kildare, the novelist of Dr. Kildare with Richard Chamberlain."
Richard Chamberlain, yes.
All right, here's one of those weird moments in your career that you don't think is possible. There's a scene in the movie, it's called Falling Sky, and there's a scene because Carol O'Connor is in this episode, so is Robert Redford. In the span of 20 seconds, Carol O'Connor walks into this medical hospital and goes to the nurse's station. He walks out, Carol O'Connor walks in and says something to somebody. Then Carol O'Connor leaves and my dad walks in. Because my dad played a doctor in Dr. Kildare for 5 episodes. And so in a span of 20 seconds, Robert Redford, Carol O'Connor, and my father walked into the same scene. And when my dad told Robert Redford that when they met the first time, Robert said, "Oh my God, Harvey, I can't believe that we worked with each other and we forgot." So, and that's the surreal part of this business is that I get to reach out to people who love my father, but who I personally have adored myself. It's the people like Biner and Rich Little and all these people who I commiserate and talk to, like Pat Harrington's daughter or Jan Murray's. I mean, and we all commiserate about our lives together, but there is a genuine mutual affection that we have for each other's parents because we know how hard it is to sustain that. We know how hard we've had to suffer because of the fame of our parents, and they said that we're all rolling in it. We're not all of us are rolling in it.
That's great. Hey, we got some comments. The people are watching. You know Barry King of BK on the Air? He says to say howdy.
Oh.
And his wife, Mrs. BK, as he calls him on his radio show, she deals with special needs kids. She's a teacher in the Cobb County school system here in Georgia, the state of Georgia.
Oh, I'm going to kill Barry. Barry never told me that. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Well,
I should come to Georgia and do some speaking things. I got to talk to Barry about this.
Yeah.
And his wife, because I'd love to come to Georgia and meet you all and have dinner. But I really would
we got to do it. And Alan too. Alan Sanders too. Yeah. We all got to get together.
Oh, we do. I mean, if this country doesn't shut down, I will find a way to put my butt on a plane. I'm vaccinated, spayed, or neutered. One of the three.
All right, brother. Hey, are you a pretty good golfer?
I can miniature golf and I can putt, but the idea of me swinging the clubs and hitting the ball 250 yards is not my thing.
Okay.
I can dress like a bad golfer.
I was going to ask you what your handicap is, but you'd think I was being a smartass.
No, it's funny. People assumed I played in my own golf tournament. I did. I drove the golf cart, and I did the putting contest with my father a couple of times.
Right.
But no, I mean, I think frankly my dad's handicap was his outfits.
I'm not a golfer. I'm not a golfer, so you know.
You'll appreciate this. My dad played golf like he was trained to go.
Wow.
It's like his dad, you play like you're having a hinal hernia.
I feel like the piss boy here. Speaking of piss boy,
exactly.
do you need to take a break? We've gone over an hour. I want to continue as long as you'll give me time.
I'm fine.
Okay, all right. Well, you just sing up. You sing out when you need a break, and I'm going to play some clips of your dad on the Johnny Carson show, the Tonight Show. Johnny Carson.
You don't want me singing. So my dad would wear these shorts, rainbow shorts, with a sherbet-colored shirt. It looked like a Disney film threw up on him. And I said, Dad, I think that's what's distracting the other golfers. They can't play because your outfit is so hideous. I said, I wear it for a reason. I distract them. With your outfits? That's how I win, Chris. They're so galvanized by my outfit they can't play. So I win. I'm like, oh, God, Dad, please don't go sharing that theory with people. They'll put you in a home. But it's funny, when he went into the Television Academy Hall of Fame in 2002, I flew out. My wife said, look, I realize I'm pregnant, but please, you got to go to L.A. I can get a 15-minute break from your mouth. Go visit your father. So he got inducted with Bob Mackey, John Frankenheimer, and Gene Stapleton, and Kim. And I said to my father, I always knew you would get into an institution. I just thought it was going to be Bellevue.
Oh, man.
Me too.
Bellevue.
He said, me too, son. Me too. So that was one of the great moments of my life, to see my father inducted to the Hall of Fame. Because I tell you, my father would be the first one to tell you he has no business being celebrated. He never put any stock into his fame as have any value. He never put any stock into what he did had any value. We were sitting with my dad, my wife's father, who had 2 tours of Vietnam. And so to my dad, my wife's father, Thomas, was a hero to my father. A fireman is a hero to my father. A performer who gets a pie in the face to my father has no intrinsic value. And Trish's father said, Mr. Korman, you realize we came out of Vietnam and Watergate, and Carol Burnett show was a tonic. It was a salve for us. And my dad could never interpret or perceive the idea that performers had that kind of power. He never gave stock that what he did had any value. He never thought he was very funny. He was always amazing. People loved him. And when he toured with Tim for 10 years, and people would come back to him and say, you have no idea what you did for me. You helped me through my cancer.
Jeez.
My father said, oh, I get it now. Okay, I do have value. It took him up to the point where he died for him to realize that he had value.
That's amazing.
You know, how do you explain that to somebody who goes, oh, I always thought your father knew it. No, my father didn't know it. He didn't care. He never put stock into it. That it had value to anybody. Until someone expressed that, you helped me through cancer. You helped me through this. You helped me through divorce. You helped me through death. See, to me, Chance, all the times he was away from me, being a performer, that's his legacy. And I tell people on my webpage, all the times he was away from us, securing that legacy, that makes it worth it for me. You know, my father affected other people's lives.
Amen. I have a question. This is a personal question. Your father was of the Jewish faith, correct?
Well, that's funny. He was a Jewish faith. He said, Chris, I eat like a Jew, I shop like a Jew, I dress like a Jew, but I'm not a Jew.
Well, because your name's Christopher. That's why there was a disconnect there. I just was wondering if that was your mom that named you, or I don't know. I just was curious.
Yes, because my sister's name is Maria and I'm Christopher. So my dad was not brought up. He wasn't bar mitzvahed. He wasn't brought up in a Jewish faith. He wasn't. So the name Korman is Jewish, obviously, but I wasn't brought up doing Hebrew school or those things. But my dad said, yes, I eat like a Jew, I shop like a Jew, but that's about it.
Okay.
But I was probably brought up more. I was probably would say I'm more Christian in my beliefs than probably anything.
That's interesting. Now, obviously, you have a great relationship with your dad's co-stars on the Carol Burnett show. Vicki Lawrence was on a great show that I think Fox pissed away called The Cool Kids a couple years ago.
Martin Mull and David Allen Greer.
Yeah, and Leslie Jordan. Oh, man, I love that show, but they put it on a Friday night. I think it would have fared better on Sunday, not in football season, but, in the off season of the NFL and college football, I think it would have fared well. They should have brought it back, and I thought Vicki could have come back in the season 2 premiere as Mama Harper. Because the thing is, she looks way younger than her age, but she's probably, in reality, the age of the character of Mama Harper she played back in the 70s and 80s. I thought that would have been a good shtick. I don't know.
Let's see. She was 17 when she got on the Burnett show.
Yeah, she was the kid, yeah.
So that's 67. I was born in 67, so she's got 17 years on me. So I'm 54, so she's 81.
Okay.
Yes, 71? Yeah, 71.
This is when Mama's Family, the skit, started on the Carol Burnett show.
Yes. Originally it was created by Dick Clare and Jeremy McMahon, who also has created Facts of Life and It's a Living.
Yes.
Or Making a Living, depends on which title.
I enjoy both those shows, yes.
Well, I loved Making a Living because I got to know this person later in life. And that's Ann Jillian and her husband, Andy Noriega.
Yeah.
And I've adored Ann Jillian for my whole life. And
sexy.
Just, oh, God, one of the most beautiful women in the world. But more importantly, I had no idea what kind of voice she had. It's like Linda Carter. We see these beautiful women, we label them beautiful or sexy or whatever. Then you find out how incredibly talented they are. They go, oh, my God. And so I reached out to Ann Jillian and said, I know you went through the breast cancer. If I can use any of my media connections, I know a lot of radio people would love to have you on. And this was 5 years ago. And I didn't want to bother her. Her agent is the same agent as Betty White, Jeff. And so I reached out to Ann and I said, look, I have a picture of you, my father, and Larry Hagman at a party. Can I send it to you? And she's so overjoyed. I said, you know what? And I don't think you realize this. You were Dainty June in Gypsy with with Natalie Wood. My father is in Gypsy at the end of the movie, playing the PR agent of Gypsy Rose Lee. And that was one of my dad's first roles in the movie industry. And he said, "Wait, your dad is in Gypsy?" I said, "You didn't work together. You were the daughter of your Dainty June, but my dad was at the end of the movie." He said, "When I met your father, he never said anything." I said, "My father was like." I said, "And my father's lucky if he can remember where his lunch is, where his glasses are, let alone his own credits." Wow. So I've been talking and connecting with Ann Jillian for about 5 or 10 years now, and I only have the utmost love and respect for her and her husband. Because anytime I call them and say, "You guys need some press help on anything, just let me know." And Andy's like, "I'll let you know, but more importantly, you come to LA, Chris. Please look us up so we can take you out and show our affections for you, because Ann and I both love you so much." I'm like, "Oh my God, really?" I mean, seriously, Andy, it's humbling. Between you guys at the lunch. We'll just send my father the bill.
That's humbling.
But see that? So it's you, it's Bill Benjamin, it's Ann Bank, it's the Ann Jillian, it's all these people that I've got to meet and connect with because either they know me or because they have a great love and affection for my father. I don't want to sound overly maudlin or sentimental about this, but that is the true blessing of my life, is the people I've got to meet because they like my father or they have an affection for him. They send that affection towards me. I'm always flattered because they don't have to. I'm not a self-congratulatory person anyway, so I'm always flattered when people like me. It's nice to know people like me and I have something of value to them, that I'm a nice person, I'm transparent, I'm caring, I'm thoughtful. It probably because my learning disability probably is the reason why I am the way I am, is I feel like I have to struggle for anything in my life as far as respect for who I am. So I cherish respect, I cherish transparency, which is not always the case in this business.
You're a humble man. Do you have any stories about Lyle Waggoner? Did you ever meet him?
Yeah, I've known Lyle. This is what most people don't know. My dad and Lyle would play these golf tournaments, and we didn't know that. Lyle had these strange habits because when you're doing a movie or a play, you spend a lot of time in your wagon. So he created this company called Waggoners, Wagoneers, all those things that those actors stay in when they're shooting the movie, and the honey wagons where they hold the makeup. So in the process of all that, he got into bull whipping. Okay, now he bought this instrument. I don't know how he did this, Chance. He took a leaf. It had bronze and it had things put into it so he could play a leaf. So he'd go to this golf tournament and he'd open this box like a flutist would open, and out comes a huge piece of a leaf, bronze and colored with all these instrument attachments to it. And he would play this leaf and he would play music. And finally my father said, I wish you would smoke the leaf and not play it.
Groovy, man.
Lyle is just one was humble. Now, here's another example. See, I put Lyle in the same category as Rock Hudson and James Garner in the sense that here's these good-looking guys, but Lyle never took himself seriously. There's an episode of Halloween, a Halloween episode of The Burnett Show, and Lyle was doing Dracula, and Lyle kept on facing the wrong way to the camera and turning around and going, "Oh, I'm sorry, I went the wrong way." You can hear my father cackling in the background. Because my dad loved Lyle, because Lyle never took his matinee idol look seriously. He always threw it away for a laugh. He would be the first person to be silly. And that takes a very masculine, secure man. Rock Hudson was the same way. You wouldn't think these guys could be that, but they had the biggest hands in the world. And I had the utmost love and respect for Lyle. And I saw him at the Hall of Fame, and I saw him at the they did the Burnett Show reunion in 2017. I could go fly up to LA. And he's just one of the most gracious, caring, he and his wife Sharon, who still looks like a Barbie doll, gorgeous as hell. And I felt so bad when he died. And I didn't know he was sick. I had no idea when he died he was sick.
Yeah.
No one knew.
Yeah. Very handsome guy, of course. Carol, that was part of her shtick with him from the get-go. And he started as an announcer, as everyone knows, on the Carol Burnett Show.
Carol gave, like, Carol really, as my dad used to say, Carol gave away the store. She let everybody shine, and that just made her strong. It was like Jack Benny. He let Dennis Day and Rochester and everybody else shine. It made him better. Carol was the same way. Mary Tyler Moore on Mary Tyler Moore's show gave Ed Asner and Ted Knight and Georgia Engel and Betty and everybody else to shine, because that only makes the star better, and vice versa. You elevate everybody else's team, but they elevate yours. And Carol used to say this: if you want to be a better tennis player, you have to play with better players.
Right.
So that's why she brought on, and she learned that from Gary Moore. So, I think the reason why Carol and my dad were so good together was here was two second bananas. My dad, second banana on Danny Kaye. Carol was second banana on Gary Moore. So they learned how to give and take so well. And she said, if I was going to have a Burnett show, if I was going to do a show, I had to have my own Carl Reiner. I had to have the best of the best, and I got your father. And there's no Burnett show without your father. And she said that, and it's true. No offense to Bob Mackey or Peter Madsen, music guy, or the writers. If Carol doesn't have a strong lead male, there is no show. No offense to Lyle, no offense to Vicky, but they weren't stars.
No, it was an ensemble. Yeah, and if it weren't for Gary Moore, there'd be no Carol Burnett show. Gary Moore discovered Carol.
That's true.
And he was a strange guy. No offense. You may have met Gary Moore. Of course, I never did.
No,
I'm out here.
I'm a Gary. He died way.
Yeah.
I don't know when he died, but no, I never got to meet him.
He seemed very strange on camera. I mean, not in a negative way. I'm just saying he just seemed very unusual. I mean, that's just my perception.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
He was almost I don't know how to say it. It was almost a uncomfortable humility.
Yeah, kind of like a George Gobel or something. I don't know.
Yeah, like that. Exactly, like that. I got to meet one of my comedy idols. This was right after Steve Martin's son, Steve Cole, had died in that crash. And I met him at Sardi's, the Scandia's, a restaurant in L.A. And he was coming out of the bathroom, and I was going in, and he was very somber. He looked like he was dead already. Him losing his son just killed him. And I didn't want to bother him. And I just said, Mr. Martin, my name is Chris Korman, I'm Harvey's son. Oh, hi, how are you? I'm fine. Now, my dad's in the restaurant, so I'm not going to draw attention to you. But I just want to tell you, meeting you is just one of the great pleasures in my life, because you've been always one of my comedy idols. And I said, well, you know how much affection and love I have for your father. I said, I do. And I just want to tell you what an honor it is to meet you. And I let him go. And I told his daughter Dina and her other daughter Gail that same story. And they told me, it's like, your father was the most incredible human being we've ever met. Because Steve was brought up to be very stoic. And his mom taught him, you don't show emotion, you don't cry. He came from a very old-fashioned part of Italy. And a car was love you. A fur coat was I love you. But Gail and Dina both said, your father, from what I understood and got to know him, he was so accessible and loving and smiling and warm. And I said, that's funny you say that, because there are times my father could be very standoffish at times. I know it was insecurity or whatever it was. So we have these perceptions of people, why they come off this way. And we can think, oh, well, it's fame or it's this. We don't know why. But when I hear things people said about other celebrities on Facebook, I always take it into context of who's saying it and why they're saying it.
A keyboard warrior with no talent in most cases.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. That's a good way of saying it. I like that.
Yeah, in their parents' basement or whatever. Yeah.
I'm like, and it's like, you know what? Betty White is allowed to have a bad day. You know what? They're human beings first before they're a brand.
You know, can I say something about Betty White? She's a great animal lover, as you know. You really know her. I don't. I met her on set of a Hallmark movie, The Lost Valentine, which was kind of like I thought written about her love with Alan Ludden.
Yeah.
It was a beautiful movie. I just worked as an extra, but I talked with her, and she was very, very sweet. We talked about game shows briefly, and she was very, very nice. But
she's
God bless her.
I count on my hands 5 people that have a transcendent effect and have a place in my heart that no one else will, and maybe 10, but I can say Peter Marshall is one, Betty White, Ken Berry, James Hampton, Carol, Peter Marshall, are in the top 5 because Betty, besides, Betty and my dad have known each other since 1951 when they worked together in Milwaukee. They've known each other for all those years. But the accessibility to which she is so accommodating to you, and if you treat her with respect, she'll treat you with respect, and her love for animals and all that. But and I say this not to be me, I say this because it shows you what an incredible woman she is.
Yeah.
She could be more Sue Ann Nivens than Rose. Don't get Betty started.
Right.
She can swear like a sailor, and you wouldn't know it. But you get around Betty, and she can go toe to toe with any comedy guy. But she never saw herself that way.
I liked her in Hot in Cleveland on TV Land. You saw some of that in the scripts for that show.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Those bloopers are just, and you could see the reference that they have for her.
Yeah.
I mean, she's just American treasure. And
Valerie Bertinelli,
Mary Tyler Moore was the same way. Mary Tyler Moore did a special, and I'll find it for you if you want it. It's called How to Survive the 70s and Even Bump into Happiness. It was her and John Ritter and my father who hosted it. And I was on the set one day because they shot on stage 31. And I went over there. I never met her, and I knew John a little bit. My dad. And if I call myself shy, people think I'm delusional, stupid. Because I had speech impediment, I was kind of shy. I didn't want to go. I didn't go out of my way to look and sound like I was Roger Rabbit or Bugs Bunny. But I was talking to her. My dad is married. This is my son, Chris. And started talking, and it wasn't like she had a response to my speech impediment. Like, whoa, God, what's wrong with you? He was like, how are you doing, Chris? I'm fine. He gave me a hug, and it's great to meet you. I'm like, oh my God, I'm being hugged by Mary Tyler Moore here. This is just. Come on, really? Like, this is surreal.
The best legs in Hollywood, Mary Tyler Moore, back in the day.
Oh, my God.
That's what they say.
Truly, people don't know that's her. I'm Richard Diamond.
Yeah, Richard Diamond with David Jansen before The Fugitive,
right,
yes.
Right, and she went on the Carson show and told everybody that. They thought, that's your legs? I was like, yeah, those are my legs.
Yeah, that's all you saw.
Truly it's like Carol, Mary Tyler Moore was the same way. Just salt of the earth. One of the most loving, caring, engaged human beings. And again, like Klugman, if Mary engaged me, was it because I was Harvey's son, or for whatever reason she gave me the time to be kind and thoughtful to me, that goes a lot farther than, hey, here's a candy bar. I mean, she didn't have to buy my likeness for her. Just to be around her was just incredible.
And so powerful. She sounds like she was humble, too, because she had MTM Productions and so much going on. Her whole life.
This way.
Yeah.
If there's no Oprah, there is no Kimberly Clark. These showrunners, these trailblazing women, don't exist without Lucy. She was the first woman to run her own production company. She was.
Yes.
Desi Lou.
Right.
She's the one, before she sold it out to Paramount,
yep.
She said, we got to do Star Trek, we got to do Mannix. And Mike Connors told me this. If you got Lucy on your side, you had a friend for a lifetime. You screw with Betty, you screw with Lucy, that was it.
You get one shot. If you cross her, you're done. And she started Star Trek. She thought Star Trek was going to be a variety show. She didn't know it was a science fiction show. That was her production company that started Star Trek with Gene Roddenberry. Yeah. Anyway, I'm a geek. I sense you're not a nerd like Barry and I. We're science fiction nerds, but I love comedy as well. Of course, I wear many hats in my love for entertainment, and I love game shows as well. And of course, your dad was on Tattletales. You talked about that. Betty White was all over the game show circuit. Did your dad do any other game shows besides Tattletales? Hollywood Squares, or?
Let's see if I can name a couple. He tried 2 of his own, called Tell It to Harvey and Secrets and Rumors. He did Liars Club a few times with Jim Barber. There was 2 versions of Liars Club, one with Alan and one with the guy named Jim Barber.
I know Liars Club, yeah, right. That was it.
All right, so my dad did a Liars Club with Tom Bosley, who was his roommate in New York together. They were roommates in New York together.
I did not know that. This is when they were in college, or was this after college?
No.
Like struggling actors? I got you, trying to make it in Broadway, or?
Yeah, this is prior to him getting Fiorello on Broadway.
Wow.
Which won him the Tony Award.
Wow.
And my dad and Tom were roommates. So it was my dad and Tom, Larry Hubbis, and Bob Crane. And I'm good friends with Bob Crane's daughter. And
You say Bob
she never saw
Crane?
this. Bob Crane.
From
and my dad,
Hogan's
Larry Hubbis,
Heroes?
right. And they're all on the same episode. I can't find it.
Oh, man.
And my dad did the pilot for a thing called Hollywood Blitz. All-Star Blitz with Peter Marshall. It was an unaired pilot. I can't find it. I can find the other shows.
Was it a kinescope when you say you can't find it? Is it a videotape? Is it film?
I don't know. I think I'm assuming for copyright reasons, they can't release an unaired pilot.
Right.
So
I'm just curious what format you have it in. I mean, do you possess a copy? You're saying you just can't find it?
I could ask Peter because Peter hosted it. Maybe Peter or his wife Lori could have access to the person who owns it.
Yeah.
But he did an episode. Let's see. He did Hollywood Squares. He did Tattletales. He never did Match Game, which was surprising.
Right. Now, Carol did a cameo in 1978. I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. I just want to mention something,
Sure.
Chris. You're well aware of this, but just for what I call my audience, the podience, as in Nostalgic Podblast. That's our podience. One of our regulars, Danny Cochran's wife, named the audience the podience. Anyway, in 1978, it was the 50th anniversary of CBS, and there's a famous photo with your dad in a tuxedo with Gene Rayburn, Carol Burnett, Linda Lavin, Sherman Hemsley, all the big stars of the time, past and present, posed for a wonderful photo that's been making the rounds on social media lately. And
I never saw it.
Oh, it's out there. I'll send it to you. It's,
I appreciate that, Chad.
And Gene Rayburn was wearing a tux, and he was taping Match Game that day. So what happened was Carol Burnett and Vicki Lawrence and I think Tim Conway all crashed the set of the Match Game, and that exists from that day. And Gene Rayburn comes out in a tux because you might be wondering why I'm wearing a tux. It's because he goes, there's so many stars in the next stage taking a photo. He goes, if someone attacks this building, so much talent is going to be lost. Huh?
Are you talking about that all-star thing with Lassie and?
No.
Is that picture of where they're all standing together? And
Yeah. Everyone's in a tux. That was for a CBS primetime special, the 50th anniversary of CBS.
My dad was not on that.
Oh, he wasn't in that?
Nope.
Well, he should have been. That explains why he wasn't with Carol Burnett.
Yes, by that time. He wasn't on Burnett by that time.
What would you say?
He wasn't on Burnett by that time. He was off Burnett.
In 1970, it would have been 77 to 78 season, right? Well, Carol posed, but he should have, because it didn't matter if it was on the air or not. They had a photo for past, present stars of CBS, which your dad certainly qualified. I wonder why he wasn't in that. Like Martin Landau was in there for Mission Impossible days.
Yeah, I know. I saw it. I watched it. Either my dad was playing golf or eating. I don't know, or both.
I feel stupid. I thought he was in that picture, but there's so many. It is hard to identify without a map. I mean, I'll show you. It's like a bird's eye shot of a bunch of famous actors in tuxedos and dresses, gowns, and anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I jokingly said this because someone posted the same picture on Facebook, and I jokingly said this, and I didn't say any names. I said, I hate to say this, but Lassie looks better than any of them. Those who do not look dead at that moment, Lassie still looks better than those. But just jokingly aside. But no, my dad was off Burnett. Now I told you yesterday I would tell the story. My dad had left. It's on High Anxiety in '77. He had left Burnett to go try his own. In the preceding moment of doing the Harvey Korman show, Douglas Kramer and Aaron Spelling called my father in to read for Meryl Streep. And which would have been fine because my dad...
For the Love Boat, yeah. I'm going to play a clip of your dad talking about that. Please continue.
Okay.
Not right now. So, I mean after we conclude the interview.
Right. So, Dad says this on his Hall of Fame induction interview that they all have to do before the Hall of Fame induction. They had this woman sit in a room with my dad for 2 hours, which she should get hazard pay for that alone. And so she interviews him, and he comes out and tells... Post Burnett, post High Anxiety, or in the middle of there, Douglas Kramer and Aaron Spelling called him in to read for Meryl Streep. So most people don't know this because he didn't go around telling people this. And he was best friend, and he'd done the original Love Boat movie with Hal Linden and Tom Bosley and Sherman Hemsley, all these people. So he'd already done the Love Boat movie. So he knew everybody. So my dad, now you have to remember, my dad just came off 10 years on the Burnett Show. He just got divorced from my mother. He wanted to spend more time with my sister and I, go to Dodger games and travel. He said, look, I just don't want to do 12-hour days. I don't want to do 10-hour days on a one-camera sitcom and have canned laughter. I hate canned laughter because I want the laugh to be natural. It has to be organic for me. It can't be forced. So I don't know if this is the kind of role for me. Gavin McLeod did a great job on it, but he did say I had the greatest ass for those shorts, though. And he did. He had great tennis legs. He had great golf legs. My dad played lots of golf with McLean Stevenson, who was one of his dearest friends, who he claims he and my dad won an Emmy that year for Best Supporting Asshole. Right. And because my dad would rip McLean because he left MASH. Now, mind you, yes, McLean left MASH, but to be fair, he left before MASH ended its run. So my dad said, you left, 10 or 12 years worth of salary on the table.
That's one of the biggest fuck-ups in entertainment history. McLean Stevenson leaving MASH. And everything he did after that did not succeed. I think Hello Larry only lasted a year and a half. That was the most successful thing he did after he left MASH. What a screw-up.
Well,
no disrespect to him. I'm just saying hindsight is, you know.
No, I agree with you. And I knowing McLean as I did, and then, and my dad and McLean were best buddies, and he'd say, why would you leave? Here's the same problem McLean had and my father had. If you gain a little bit of success.
Yes? Your phone might have died. Are you there, Chris? You warned me that your phone might die today. I don't know if you can hear me. I'm going to play a clip of your dad about 12 minutes long, and while I get some coffee and take a piss, The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson, or call back. You may need to take a break. Chris, when this catches up, I know there's a delay. I think I lost you. Call back, but no worries. I'm going to play a clip of your dad, and I've got some other questions for you. Call back later, but keep an eye on the Facebook and mute it if you want. And I'm going to play a clip of your dad. Actually, check that. I'm going to play a clip of your dad on Tattletales that we talked about, where Gene Rayburn was hosting with your mom. Here we go.
Everyone in this arena has a money stake in one of our famous couples as we play the game of celebrity gossip, Tattletales. And here's this week's star of Tattletales, Gene Rayburn.
This is my ballet walk. Briskly. Hello there. I guess you know the story here. I am here through the good offices of Bert Convy.
Yes.
And
good
you know,
to
he's a terrific host on this show. This is his show, and he does a great job. But I must say...
But not much of a player, unfortunately.
No. I have really enjoyed his participation as a panel member because he's contributed a great deal of wit and fun and everything. And his pretty wife, Ann, has been marvelous, too. She's not only good-looking, but she's funny, too.
Yes, got to watch out for her. Thank you, Gene.
That's right.
That's nice of you.
But I just want to say that we've got the audience divided into 3 rooting sections, each section backing one celebrity couple. The people here with blue all over their faces, they're backing... Roger Perry, who has blue trousers on, and comedian Joanne Worley. Hello, Joanne. Hello, darlings. Hi, Rog.
We're going to get him this thing.
You hanging in there?
Well, I have blue eyes, blue pants. I mean, it's as good
as... Okay.
He's a very blue person.
Are you wearing anything blue?
Wait a minute.
Joanne or Roger?
Joanne.
In the middle of my little cornflowers is blue.
Okay.
We're covered for blue. We'll get you, kids. Don't worry.
Terrific. You folks here in the middle in the yellow section, you'll be rooting for beautiful Harvey Korman and his wife, Donna.
I'm wearing something yellow, too, but I didn't really want to go into it, okay?
You don't want to tell us about it?
What are you all laughing
Yellow happens
about?
to be my daughter Maria's favorite colors, and this is the first time all week that we've been in yellow, so I have great good wishes, guys.
All right. Are you wearing anything yellow, Donna?
No, we're in gold. We're not in yellow.
Gold, well, that's close enough. We'll call it yellow. And good luck to them. And the people here in the red section will be rooting for Bert What's-His-Name and Ann Convey.
Get back to that in a minute. I just want to hear the introduction. That was Harvey Korman and his wife. And I spoke with Chris. Chris is going to call back in 5 minutes. He's going to take a break. So he will be back. I am going to play the clip. I like to do things in order with my clips. That was July, what clip I just played, and I'll get back to it because it is interesting and funny. That was from July 15th, 1974, which was a Monday on CBS TV on Tattletales. But here, flash forward to Wednesday, March 3rd, 1982 on NBC. Here's Harvey Korman on The Tonight Show starring Johnny Carson. This is awesome. Let's listen.
And this gentleman, whom I admire, he really feels very awkward when you compliment him, but he is a superb artist, and I mean that. Yes. Actor, comedian, and who's going to star in a television movie called Eunice with Carol Burnett. That should be dynamite. They finally put that together as a movie.
Mama's Family.
It's going to air March 15th from 9:30 to 11 p.m. It doesn't say on what network.
Maybe it's here.
No, if it had been
It's a
here,
chance.
they would have said here.
We got a chance in 3, 1 out of 3.
No, we're showing, I think, that night, Jacques Cousteau goes in search of the killer clam. I'm not sure, but dynamite. Would you welcome lovable Harvey Korman?
Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very curious. Would you oblige me by a show of hands? Do I seem taller in person than I do on television? How many of you think I look shorter in person than I look on television? How many of you don't give a damn? Well,
What a dynamite stand-up.
General, thank you.
Now stand up a second. I want him to show us.
I'd like to be there. You know why?
Look,
That spot where you do the monologue.
you don't think he is tall?
But I'm shrinking. I'm only 6'2.5". When you get older, you shrink.
Do you really?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I've lost a half an inch.
You folks may make up your own joke.
One of the reasons I wanted to go to that spot is that it almost has kind of a religious significance for me. You have died and returned and died and returned and died. It's almost like visiting a shrine.
Isn't it, though?
Johnny, before we go any further,
Sure, Harv.
the taller, shorter thing belongs to Tim Conway. He does that. That's his bit. He does it in his nightclub act. And he accuses me of going around town on television of doing his act. So I want to dedicate that bit. I want to acknowledge him. That is his.
Right.
And I want to dedicate my entire appearance on The Tonight Show to Tim Conway this evening. So, is there anything in here that's just toastable?
Yeah, no.
So, Tim, if they haven't taken your television set away, honey, this is to you. To Tim Conway, the man.
The man, the myth.
The myth.
And the legend.
The legend, and to his career, what's left of it.
Yeah.
Well, as you know, I'm putting him on, but I mean, his career is okay. It's resting a little bit now, but it's... He is one of the funniest men, if not the funniest men in the world.
I really believe that.
Spending time with him is...
Didn't you hear the fine introduction I gave you?
Superb, I believe you called me that.
Superb? A superb artist.
Thank you, sir.
That's true, you are.
I really don't know how to take those. I really don't. I saw Jane Pauley before I came out, and she paid me a great compliment. I don't give what I do very much value.
Why is that?
I don't know. I'm sick and disturbed.
Well, I know that, but I mean, still. When people...
Let me tell you about Tim. I'd rather talk about Tim. I got to tell you what happened to him last week in this...
I could have asked him here, you know, if I wanted to talk to Tim, but look, go ahead. Now I put you off, and I noticed it.
Gosh, your eyes are blue.
I know.
Anyway, believe this happened for true this week in a department store in Los Angeles. He is in the men's section of a department store going through a rack of jeans. And he's standing there and he's going through the rack. And an old lady, about a 65-year-old lady, comes up to him and says, "Excuse me, where are your jockey shorts?" And he says, "Right here."
I believe that. He would do that.
He said if she would have said, "Where are the jockey shorts?" that could have been. He says, "Where are your jockey?" He had to tell her.
Right. Do you hang out with him
I
quite a bit?
hang out as much as I can. It is great fun being with him.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, in November, about a week or two before Thanksgiving, he was over at my house, and we were sitting around, just getting bombed. Ooh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I know you don't want to talk about that, but it did happen to me once, about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I was stopped in the middle of the night, and they stopped me, and I said, "I am not drunk. I'm not. I am been very careful. I know I wasn't speeding." And he says, "I know you weren't. You weren't doing anything. You were just hanging out in the middle of the road."
It's like that scene in Tommy Boy.
And he
with
said,
the nitrous
"Hey,
that's
Charlie,
leaking.
Look who I got here." He says to a guy in the car, "Look who I got here.
Chris
What's
Farley.
his name from the Burnett Show?" And he says, "I can't give you a ticket for a big star like you. So would you just give me an autograph for my wife?" So anyway.
You got off with an autograph. I'm going to the chair. We'll be right back so Harvey can cheer me up some more right after this. That's good. Isn't that good?
Perfect timing.
We're talking with Harvey Korman, actor, raconteur.
Perfect timing. Perfect timing. No, don't say it. Don't say it. All right. I believe we have Chris. Is that you again?
Yes, it's me again.
Excellent. I'm glad we can reconvene. Did you have a nice break?
Yes, I did. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Good. Well, we've been going. Wow. I love it. I'll keep going as long as you want to be a part of the Podblast today. I'm enjoying this conversation. It's been 2 hours since I started, and I went about, 10, 12 minutes before talking about jetpacks and things no one cares about. You're the star of the show today, as is your father. And I wanted to, you mentioned Betty White earlier and her passion for animals. And not to be gossipy, but Bob Barker also, of course, shares a passion for animals. But they have a rift. I thought it was unusual. I don't know why. Bob, I think Bob has the issue with her. I don't understand that. I read an article, I think it was a TV Land Award situation where he wouldn't appear on stage if she was there. I don't get it because they have so much in common in their passion to help animals. Anyway.
I don't understand either. It's supposedly, and I tell you that I guess the only thing I can say is because of his staunch belief in animal rights, got out of hand with some people because back in the late 80s, I was visiting my dad. I was coming from college. And I was visiting my dad, and I had friends over at CBS who was stage manager, Willie Dahl, who stage managed On the Air and the Restless. And I called Willie. He said, "Can I come over and visit?" I said, "I wouldn't today." I said, "Why?" We had to evacuate all of CBS because there was death threats against Bob Barker.
Whoa.
I said, "What?" I said, "This is not the first time." So supposedly, his staunch position on animal rights has got to the point where it wasn't necessarily because he was a believer in this, it was that he made it about himself. And I guess, on what Willie said, is that he just goes off on these tangents and lectures people and gets in their soapbox, and he rubs people the wrong way, whereas Betty does it as a way of, as an educational way, as a tone of, hey, this is what we should be doing, I'm not going to judge you, but Bob would go off on these soapboxes, and he rubs people the wrong way. And from what Willie Dahl told me was that this wasn't the first time CBS had to have to be evacuated because of Bob Barker's staunch on animal rights. And you know what it's like to try to clear out 1,200 people in the building in 5 minutes? I mean, really? And I thought, oh, God, that's got to be awful.
So it's ego.
That's the only thing I know.
It's ego.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
I want to share with you a comment from Eric Harris. He says, "We are more than the disability. I use the term differently abled." That's Eric Harris.
That's a very good way.
And he's a listener of ours, a good buddy, and he is in a wheelchair. He has use of his arms, not his legs, but he doesn't let that stop him. He's a martial artist. And even though he's in the chair, he's a black belt, because what can you do? You can still bust boards, right? And you can use weapons and knives, and you know, he can defend himself better than anybody. And I bet he can arm wrestle me into next week. This guy's a badass.
Me too.
So I just want to share that comment from Eric Harris.
Well, tell him I agree with him 100%. I don't really, we have really done a disservice in this country with fixating on the word in the word disable. Because we're not unable, we just learn and handle things differently than other people do. And I don't think people understand that, because people like to label people because they feel like they're an authority on somebody else's life. And the fact is, I am capable. I just have to do it at my own pace and my own time. And the fact is, there are a lot of people in this world who can achieve in their own pace and their own time, who have done more with the disability than they have without. And I say that only because I think people who don't have a disability, somehow, chance, asking for help is a weakness. Being vulnerable is a weakness. Nobody in their right mind in this world has ever achieved any kind of success on their own. Success is an inclusive endeavor, best executed sans ego.
Well said. Very well said. And I like that word, sans. I use that as well. S-A-N-S, sans. That's a good word.
I like it too. And I really believe that. I just think I did a podcast last week about that exact issue. I have a good friend, Katie Fortune in Wisconsin, and she has a podcast about that. She has dyslexia. And I said, we really need to say the word, not disability, but a specific learning style, which is what I call it. But we're not disabled. We were able, and we just learn differently. And we have a very specific learning skill, as we all do. But in the genesis of my whole thing was, to go ahead and speaking, is that we need to really do this in this country, and we don't do it in our country. Whereas in London, they start measuring vocational aspirations in their students at the age of 14 and 15. We don't do that in this country because, again, I'm going to try not to go on a soapbox, but because our government doesn't value artistry or creativity, because they can't deposit a child's smile in their bank account, so it has no value to them. So we don't value artistry. We don't value creativity because it's the idea of the endowment of the arts is, you artists are so liberal, you're so sensitive. I'm like, what's wrong with being that?
Right.
How is being sensitive a negative?
It's not a negative to be sensitive. No.
Right. And so people who underachieve, because if I can't achieve the way everybody else does, well, I don't measure myself based on what everybody else is achieving. So why would anybody else? So people who underachieve because they don't want to look less than, or they don't want to ask for help, then that's their own fault. I always need help. I don't get anywhere in my life without the help of great teachers and support apparatus. No one does.
Amen, brother.
I don't understand why people go, well, I can't ask for help. I can't thank people for getting me to where I got. People in those award shows, like those MTV awards, where they all thank God. And I'm thinking, you know what? If God saw your music, he'd probably not admit that he created you.
Right.
Because I don't think God listens to rap.
That's right. And I'm so tired of these reality shows. I miss the days of real talent like your father, like Carol Burnett, who's still with us. God bless. Knock on wood.
God, 87 years old. Unbelievable.
Yeah. I just have such respect for people that are real talents, and your dad certainly falls into that category. I want to ask you a personal question about you real quick. We can shift gears a little bit. Now, you sort of touched on this. It was one of the questions I wrote down. You live in Las Vegas. I was going to ask you what brought you to Vegas. You sort of touched on that. It was the a-holes in San Diego that maybe pushed you out of San Diego. And what is it about Las Vegas that attracted you? Why did you make Las Vegas your home?
Well, ironically, people don't know this. My dad had a younger sister named Faye, who lived here in Vegas for many, many years. Her daughter, Beth, lives here. And we were living in San Diego, and Scott and I and Trish were not happy in San Diego. And Beth called and said, look, I need help with my mother, who is not doing well. And she knew that I have an associate's degree in elder care. and she thought I could help with shopping and life skills, whatever, and that's what I got trained to do. And so I said, well, Trish and I are not happy here in San Diego. And I said, well, maybe we should look into it in Vegas. So we came to Vegas. I'll tell you the hospitality of Vegas. We went to the store here in Vegas, and, you ask somebody directions, and you get 5 different perceptions of how to get to one place. And since I have overload issues with information, I just said, I'm going to ask one person. And I said, we need to go to this hotel, and I need directions. And she got out a map. And then another guy came in and said, no, go this way. It's faster. And I knew they knew I was out of town because they knew I could tell I had like a lostness in my eyes. But, I'm at a place that's new. And I'm not great with maps. Thank God for GPS. Or I would probably be in Reno right now. But the hospitality, I just couldn't. It was off the charts. And I went back in the car with Trish, and I said, everybody tried to. You need a good school. You need a good church. You need a new barber. You need a new galley guy at the restaurant. At the store. You need this. Everybody was so accommodating, and I didn't have that perception in Vegas. I think a lot of people have that perception of Vegas. They think it's Elvis revivals and Brat Pack. And I thought, that does a disservice. It's not everybody here in Vegas is in show business. People do have lives. There are other industries other than tourism here. Although that's the predominant one. You have other fields here. So, and we just loved it here. And the hot summers aren't great. I jokingly said this, and my wife's going to I'm going to say this joke again. But it's so hot here. Burger King told me to go cook it myself.
Right on, brother. And COVID, of course, hit your town hard, man.
Oh God, it did. And I think if there's another strain that comes out, it's already bitch. It is already bitch.
This variant. Yeah. Well, let me. It's funny, huh? What are these diseases? Are these diseases sponsored or something? What? This virus is brought to you by Corona. This variant is brought to you by Delta. Who's naming this shit? It's almost like it's product placement in the disease, in the name of the damn disease. I kid, I joke, but I'm kind of serious.
I think it's funny that you said Corona. When it first came out, Trump said Corona beer is sponsoring a disease.
I know.
No. It's not the same Corona, you moron.
I know. It's on the can of Lysol for decades, right? It defends against coronavirus. Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Yes, the Corona beer people are saying stick a line in your throat and just,
It's someone at the CDC that's getting a check, I think. We'll name this one the Delta. The same guy. Well, of course, the hurricanes are named after real first names. There's no. Right. Why are these diseases named after actual products and brand names? I don't get it. Just call me a conspiracy theorist or a nutcase, but I think it's a little suspicious. Anyway.
Well, I think they should call it one. They should name one after a Kardashian. I think they should name one after a Republican.
That's a venereal disease. No, yeah, that's the sexually transmitted diseases right there. The toe tappers in the stalls and the Kardashian, the big ass virus. I don't know.
Well, if someone asked me, my dad got me married, unfortunately, after he divorced my mom, and someone said, what is it like dating when you're in your late 50s? It's like, dating women. And my dad said, you're asking me about getting into a woman's pants? I can't even get into my own pants.
Oh, shoot. When I was in Vegas... Sorry.
I was going to say to you, we can go to 3:30, like we planned.
Today, we're a pop culture show. Today is National Pinball Day, and there's actually, in Las Vegas, the Hall of Fame of Pinball. And I've been there, and it's awesome. Now, see, I'm a geek. See, that's my golf, is playing pinball. You're a real guy. You're a sports guy, so you probably don't give a flip about pinball, no pun intended. But I love that place. And I don't know if it's reopened since the outbreak of COVID-19, coronavirus. But it's a great place. The Hall of Fame Pinball. And another, just for the audience members, just to digress briefly about pinball, another place I recommend is Game Galaxy in the Nashville, Tennessee area. Fantastic place, tons of games. You just pay one flat fee. You can play all the classic arcade games and pinball games. And then here in Georgia, in the Georgia-Atlanta metropolitan area, there's a place called Portal Pinball in Kennesaw, Georgia, I recommend. So That's all I had to say about pinball. But I had a great time in Las Vegas when I was there last before Corona hit, and I'm going to return, my brother.
I hope so, my friend. You said yesterday, you told me you was going until 3:30. 3:30 is fine. We can stop at 3:30 if that's okay.
Yeah. You saying you need to get off at 3:30 your time?
It's 2:42 here, so we said to 3:30. If you want to do another.
We could do another one another day. Exactly. So you're telling me hard rap at 3:30 your time, 6:30 my time, correct?
Okay, yes, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
What did you want to cover that you haven't covered that you want?
I have more questions for you. I have some oddball questions for you, Chris. Oddball. Did you enjoy? And I have a reason for asking this. The Donnie and Marie variety show from the 1970s.
Okay, my dad had done the first one. He and Buddy Hackett went on and did it because they were promoting their movie about Abbott and Lou Costello, which was a hack job. I don't know if you heard the story that both families were not thrilled with the movie because it really portrayed both Abbott and Costello like the biggest jerks in the world. And I'm good friends with Chris Costello, Lou's daughter, and he was a butcher job from stem to stern.
Chris is in Christine? Christine?
Chris Costello.
Okay.
It's Chris.
Okay.
And it was a butcher job. And Buddy Hackett, who walked down, ironically, Buddy actually walked down one of the daughters of Costello down to their wedding. And after that, when they found out Buddy was in the movie, and Buddy did not defend Lou, they cut off ties to Buddy Hackett completely. The whole family did. They cut off ties to Buddy Hackett. Because Buddy did not defend Lou. Because the movie was produced by Bob Thompson, and the consultant was Eddie Sherman, the boys' manager. And it was a hack job. They portrayed them as these terrible human beings, Lou's baby drowning and Bud's epilepsy. And my dad didn't really like it because he heard so much graph about it. But it wasn't my dad's fault. My dad didn't write it. He had no say in it, but he said he should never have played it. And there's a scene in the movie where he has to tell the whole audience that Lou's baby drowns.
Wow.
And he has to tell the whole audience. And I said, Dad, he came home a little somber. I said, well, it was a tough day. I said, what? Because too many dramaticals is not my thing. I hate it.
Mm-hmm.
But I had to, in my head, I had to picture in my head what it was like to almost lose you as a baby. Because I had a thing called hyaline membrane disease, which is the lack of oxygen to the brain and central nervous system. And I wasn't supposed to live past 72 hours. And I had to recall that the whole day. I had to subtextually memorize what it would be like to lose you as a child. And I had to do this scene for 3 hours because I kept on having to do from different angles. But at the end of the day, I was spent. And when they say, the old great actor Edmund Gwen said, comedy is easy. Comedy is hard. Dying is easy. He's right. Comedy is the most difficult discipline there is. It's all about timing. It's the idea of me having to recount you almost dying as a baby was the worst thing I had to do as an actor. And I never want to do dramatic acting again. I'm like, wow. Okay, I never knew that.
That's powerful. The reason sorry, continue. I'm sorry.
No, and so the whole thing about Donnie and Marie was for Dad and Buddy to go to Utah. Dad didn't know they did it in Utah, and the climate in Utah is just very different. And he said, I got more nosebleeds going up there because the climate in Utah is so different.
Right.
But he said, they are the most professional people I had ever been around. They are so hospitable. They give you these little cabins to live in and stay in when you're there. I heard a story from Betty White's, a friend of Betty White, told me the same thing. They treat them like gods when you go to Utah. They make you feel so at home, and it's this speakeasy-like campus of studios and houses. And then Buddy loved doing it. And Donnie and Marie couldn't be even sweeter. He loved doing it, and he just didn't like the climate.
Yeah.
But he did that one.
I know.
Now I'm sure you've heard this because you and Alan and Barry are probably sci-fi geeks. Did you see the Star Wars Christmas special?
Of course.
Okay.
From 2007 that your dad was in?
I guess with R. Carney, B. Arthur.
Yeah, that was from 1978. Okay. You talking about the holiday special or the one from 2007?
The holiday special. Okay, the holiday special. That wasn't the holiday special. That was Ishtar on crack.
Right.
It was So my dad is doing these characters, okay, and with the three heads and whatever. Now my sister and I are sitting in his Cadillac in an abandoned church in Los Angeles, listening to a Dodger game. And every 20 minutes, my dad come out with the third head, the seventh eye, the sixth arm. I said, "You fit right in with the rest of Beverly Hills, Dad. There's enough freaks here to last us a lifetime. You just blend in." And he's like, what are you doing? I said, "We're just listening to ball games, sitting here, and Murray and I are just sitting there trying to occupy ourselves." So he's in this church doing this Christmas Star Wars thing at the Arthur, and I'm like, this is just surreal. I mean, couldn't you have done this on an off day when you didn't have me and Maria in your possession? I mean, really, Dad. You can't live this down. Everybody plays this thing, Chance, and I heard this a couple of years ago. Somebody wants to make a movie about the making of that special.
Oh, I bet. Yeah. It's a thing of legend.
God.
Yeah.
It is. It's a cult thing.
Right.
Oh, my God. And I told Alan Berry this. They thought I was joking. I said, it's like, I think somebody mentioned they wanted my father to go out and promote it. It's like, one star in a career is enough. Do I have to really embellish and talk about this again? Really? Please, God, don't ask me anymore about the Christmas Star Wars thing. And I talked to Brian Carney, Art Carney's son, and Carney's son, Brian, had the same thing. He doesn't want to hear about this Christmas special ever again.
Wow. Yeah. Bury it. The reason I mentioned Donnie Marie is I saw their show in Las Vegas. I don't know if you did. It was great. The current one. Before, now it's history because Marie quit to do the talk on CBS, and now she's not on that show anymore. Man, that was one of the best shows I've ever seen. I'm just going to say, I'm leave it right there. A lot of people are laughing out there like Iron Maiden and, heavy metal and music like that. But I thought their show was just awesome. Are you still friendly with your father's former castmates in the Carol Burnett show and films?
I don't really. No, I really don't. I don't have really connections with any of. I do talk to Jody Hamilton, Phil's daughter, Jody, because we're on Facebook, and I'm not really close to anybody else really. But because they're not on Facebook or they're just very private or for whatever reason why they don't feel the need to connect. I saw that at my dad's memorial. But I commiserate with Jody quite a bit, and we love talking about the old times. And I don't know if people know this, that somebody bought out the CBS building that on Fairfax. It's no longer CBS, I don't think. It's the Beverly Wilshire Broadcasting Center. They took the CBS down, and I think they're going to turn it into condos or something.
Are you serious? That sucks. That's history. That's entertainment history.
Yeah. Well, here's the argument. Somebody in the LA Council wants to claim CBS as a landmark, besides Joan Collins' bed.
Joan Collins' bed!
They sold it to the property owners of who owns the grove there. It's a $700 million purchase, I guess. So I was commiserating with Jody. I said, look, that is a part of our legacy. That's a part of our childhood, Jody. I said, I know, it's really sad, Chris. But, I'll tell you this between me and everybody else. Everybody's commiserating about, Three's Company shot next door to the Burnett Show, the last season of the Burnett Show, first season of Three's Company, on stage 31, because CBS had the best facilities in the business. So John Ritter and Richard Klein used to come over during lunch breaks.
Joyce DeWitt or Suzanne Summers, Norman Fell, Audra Lindley.
Yeah, right.
Richard Klein. Yeah.
Richard and John loved my father, and my father never considered himself a mentor, but Richard Klein told me this, and Nancy Ritter told me this. John and Richard, during production shoots, breaks on Three's Company, go to the bathroom of CBS from 31 to 33 and go visit my dad and take notes. And then after the scene was over, my dad would come down and talk to Richard and John about comedy, about timing. And Richard said, you have no idea what it was like to spend 15 minutes with your father, to be taught by a master. The fact that how accessible your father was he's just incredible. And he didn't have to do that. But he loved me and John so much that he took time. So one day they're over there pestering my father, and Dave Powers, who directed the Burnett Show for many years, has now become the director of Three's Company. So he knew that crew. So he was walking around the studios, and he's seen Klein Ritter. They're over at stage 33 driving Korman nuts. Can you go get them? So Dave walks over and sees him in the audience talking to her. He's like, hey, moron, you do realize we have our own show and we're paying you a lot of money. So could you go back to our show and leave Harvey alone, please? And my dad said, no, Dave, it's okay. That's the kind of person my dad was, but Richard Klein is just a doll. And he said, your father was just so amenable and so accessible to be around.
Yeah.
And he would just take time to talk to us, and he didn't have to. Yeah. And that's just what kind of person your father was. And, you and John both idolized your father, obviously, so much.
Oh, and yeah. 2003, that heart thing, that sucked, man. That comes across that they're genuine. You can see that through the screen in their performances and interviews. I never met either one, but I thank you for sharing your personal experience with them, because I really respect both those performers.
Me too. And I actually said to Richard, I said, you and John are really the Tim and Hardy of Three's Company. And Richard, I can get a better compliment than that.
Yeah. And Lucille Ball was on Three's Company in a retrospective, so she liked it. She loved the physical. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
She was, and
when I was
funny, not funny, funny, but she died of an aneurysm related to that, and so did John. And my dad had an aortic aneurysm, ironically, but they found a brain tumor in his head before he died. So, people who have brain tumors, they tend to have mood swings. They're on the pendulum. And so, we did not know all these years that my dad had a brain tumor, but it explained a lot of the mood swings. And I never correlated those two together. But, people with brain tumors have severe mood issues. We just assumed that, those actors are just moody. We just didn't think it had a medical thing attached to it. And so, before he died, he said to me, he's like, well, if I was moody at times, it wasn't because I was an actor, it was because I had this thing in my head. And, if I'm going through a bad time in my life, everybody assumes, well, it's just actors being moody. It's true. You can infer anything about a performer's attitude when you meet them, but anybody who puts a performer on a pedestal is just asking to get disappointed.
Right. Don't put them. Yeah, they're human beings, for God's sakes.
Right.
I choose to believe that your father is with John Ritter in heaven and just having a blast, and has been since 2008. Seriously, I believe. I believe.
I believe that. I think if there's a comedy heaven, you can imagine what God has to deal with. Johnny Carson, Robin Williams.
Yes, Robin Williams, Carson, yes.
I met Robin Williams. My dad directed a special with him, Carl Reiner, Whoopi Goldberg in '87. And I took my best friend Scott Marshall with me in 1987, and my dad directed the special. And there's a scene on Facebook where Robin's character, and Carol's character, who says it just died, and they did the sketch twice, one on script and one because Robin wanted to improvise the second one. So all week, my dad really walked on eggshells with Robin, because you don't want to stifle Robin's creativity. But Robin wants to be amenable. Robin wants to be thoughtful to everybody else, so he doesn't push his agenda on you. But my dad said, you got to let him go, because he's brilliant. So I was sitting behind Robin's agent with my best friend, and I said, God, my dad was scared shitless of Robin all week. And his agent turned around and said, no, not quite. I said, what do you mean? I said, sir, it was the other way around. Robin was scared shitless to work with your father. I said, why? Because he revered your father. Wow. I said, huh?
Wow.
You have to remember, generationally, I don't know how old you are. I'm 54. I grew up with Billy Crystal and Robin Williams. That was my era of comedy. These were
a mentor.
John Ritter and Robin Williams.
Yeah, so, like Jonathan Winters was as well. Yeah, that was
right.
Your dad was up there with Jonathan Winters as a mentor to Robin Williams. Right.
Yes, and so to hear Robin Williams even say, Robin revered your father, was so real to me, because I consider Robin a god, a comedy god. And because you don't understand, in the annals of this business, Jerry Lewis, Caesar, all these people, your father is up there.
That's great.
And he's revered by so many people. Nathan Lena said he took from my father so many people. And so when Robin even said that, I I said, well, I don't know if that's true, but I know my dad was scared. But no, Robin often said, it's a little intimidating to work with Harvey because he has a clear vision of what he does, but because he's such a brilliant communicator of rhythm and timing, and because Robin is improv, he's not a sketch performer, but what your father did on the Burnett Show, very few people could do. I couldn't really argue with that. But I said, because there are different disciplines in comedy. Not everybody can do all kinds of comedy. Robin could do it. My father could do stand-up if he wanted to. Actually, my dad said he was more hunched over than stand-up. But, there are different disciplines to comedy. Not everybody can do stand-up. Not everybody can do sketch comedy. So when Paul Newman was in the booth saying, I don't know how you people do this every week, it astounded everybody in the booth. Said, well, I'm sure Paul Newman can do everything. That's a fallacy. Not everybody can do everything. Not everybody has training to do comedy. See, my dad could do what De Niro and Pacino could do, but could they do sketch comedy?
He was versatile, and Robin Williams, unfortunately, had demons. He was always on, and God, depression is such a scary thing because it can strike without warning, and I just think that was a terrible loss to the entertainment world.
Just to meet him backstage, and I wasn't in his midst. Within 20 seconds, he's already like, "You have to be Harvey's son." I said, "Oh God, okay, why?" No one else who has that knows.
And he's kind of like your dad. He could do it all. Robin Williams. He could do drama and comedy, like your dad.
Because no one knows he went. Not even realize Robin went to Juilliard.
Yeah, and he was Christopher Reeve's roommate, and he was there for Chris Reeve when he became a quadriplegic in 1995 in the horse riding accident. Robin was there for him, for his buddy.
Yeah. Yep. Here's a strange bit of 6 Degrees of Robin Williams and Christopher Reeve. His wife, Dana Reeve, was an actress for a short period of time.
Yes.
And she's her last acting performance was on Law and Order.
Yes.
And my stepfather played a mobster in that last episode.
Wow.
And I reached out to Scott Bryce, who's on As the World Turns, and his father was Ed Bryce, a real dramatic actor, and his birthday was just a couple of weeks ago. So I got in there and said, "Hey, Scott, happy birthday." I go, "There's you minutes. You work with Dana Reeve, Christopher Reeve's widow, on her last performance before she died." And Scott's like, "What?" I said, "Yeah, that was her last performance as an actress. You worked with her on Law and Order, and George played that mobster." Wow. I don't.
She passed away of lung cancer, sadly, and she never smoked a cigarette in her life, reportedly.
No,
but she worked nightclubs. She probably breathed in secondhand smoke. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Just a theory. I met both of them, not to make it about me, in 1994, months before his tragic accident in the Atlanta, Georgia area. Met him, got his autograph, met him and Dana, and they were just lovely, lovely people inside and out. They were genuinely nice, in my experience.
They were just cool. I never met him, but George said to work with her was just, there was a level of reference with her because you want to talk about Chris, but you want to share the fact that his death had to be hard on her. So everybody was very respectful on the Law and Order set, but you couldn't help but want to talk about it. But she was very humble and gracious about it. But I think I told you the story about meeting Rock Hudson instead of Dynasty. I think I told you that off the phone, but if you want me to tell it, I'll tell it.
Tell it.
That is, Aaron Stelling had the studio where they used all his shows, shot all his shows. I don't know where in Los Angeles it's the studio. That's down near KTTV, I think, in that area. So Dad is doing Love on one soundstage, and they're doing Dynasty on another soundstage. And that day, Dad found out that George, my stepfather, was working, and we were doing costume wardrobe changes, and so Dad and I and Pat Klaus, who played, she's in charge of, she's the director, cruise director, and she took over more than tweets about the show. And Pat and I and my dad walked over to the Dynasty set, and this is before Rock had died, and he looked at it, and you could see the bone in his neck. It was awful, and people treated him like a pariah because a lot of people did not like the fact that he didn't tell anybody in the Dynasty set or the producers that he had AIDS. And he did that whole kissing scene with Linda Evans. So so there's a lot of backlash against Rock. So we walked in, he was on the set, and he sees me walking with my father, Pat Krause, and he sees George and my dad hug. And Ron says, how do you two know each other? My dad says, George is married to my ex-wife. And Ross was like, you two like each other? I said, I adore George, And he said, wait a minute, Ross said, wait, you two guys get along? I said, yeah. I said, this is my son, Chris, and it was an honor to meet him. And I shook out his hand. He's still this big, strong, real man, still. In many ways, I'm a movie star. I said, it's an honor to meet you. He said, wait a minute. You Robin still can't grasp this. I can't grasp this. Wait a minute. You two like each other? You know, one time we had Christmas together, Rock, we shared. I adore when you adore each other. And he just smiled. And I shook his hand, and he was such an idol. And he kept on smiling. And he looked at Pat Klaus and said, oh, you're absolutely gorgeous. And then Pat is like blushing. And we're just sitting there talking to him. And it was just so surreal. And he kept on going back to this, I can't believe you two know each other. I said, yes. Rock, Harvey, and I love each other. We get along great. We all close. We have Christmas and holidays together. But that just blew Rock's mind. And so it was one of those moments that you just go, this is just surreal.
Rock Hudson.
He really didn't get enough credit, Chance, for being it's like the same thing with James Garner. Good-looking guys who could do comedy and who could throw away a pair of looks for a laugh, and they could maintain their masculinity at the same time. That's not easy to do.
I'm going to do, after we get off the line, after we conclude this interview and you get off the line, I'm going to do a retrospective of your father. I didn't want to step on your toes. That's why I didn't do it before you came on, because I didn't want to cover something that you had planned to talk about. But I do have another question for you, and you don't have to answer this, of course. Do you have a favorite co-star of your father's?
Oh, God.
Not trying to put you on the spot, but I guess I am. You don't have to answer it. I can move on.
Well, no, I'm happy because there are so many different reasons. Ken Berry is one. Dad loved working with Ken on F True in Burnett. He loved Jack Weston. He loved Jack Lemmon. He worked with Jack Lemmon on the April Fools movie with Captain Daenerys and Peter Lawford. He loved Jack Lemmon. I adored Jack, and I'm friends with Chris Lemmon. He loved. He loved doing the Dean Martin roast. He did the Danny Thomas one and the Ted Knight one. He loved being around Dean. He loved being around Carl Reiner. He loved working with Carl. He loved working with Carol. He loved working with Mel. He loved working with Mel and Con. John Biner, Rich Little. Because they all had a respect for the comedic process. They never got on each other's foot. Everybody was allowed to shine around each other. No one felt threatened about the other one's legacy. No one felt intimidated. Everybody felt like we're here to work together.
That's refreshing.
Huh?
That's refreshing to hear that.
It is, because it's not that way.
Anti-ego.
It is ego, and it's what kills the artistic process. Often it does. So my dad had his favorite, and it's in the book.
Right.
And I have to tell you this story because it really epitomizes who my father was. We were having breakfast. We were at this golf tournament for a guy named Aku Aku. He was a Hawaiian personality in Hawaii, and I just turned 18, and I went over to Hawaii with my dad.
Which island in Hawaii? Kauai, Maui?
Hawaii.
That's my favorite, the Garden Isle. That's my favorite. I've been there twice. Love it. Go ahead.
It's my favorite, too.
Yeah.
I love it. So the day I got there, the Hawaiian legislation had changed the drinking age from 21 back to 18. So I was in my bliss. So the first day we're there, we fly in. My first day is I get to meet Donald O'Connor. Then I get to do my impression of Jerry Lewis in front of Jerry Lewis.
You said Donald O'Connor, the dancer, right?
The dancer.
Right.
And then on top of it, Jerry Lewis walks in. He just had a triple bypass, and he walks in with a lollipop stick up his nose. Doing that, oh lady, doing that.
Oh lady.
Yeah.
Yes. So my dad proceeds to tell Jerry that my son does a great spastic Jerry Lewis. So he makes me do Jerry Lewis in front of Jerry Lewis in front of 50 people in this Writer's Lounge. So here I am doing Hades, and I'm doing the whole thing in front of everybody, in front of Don O'Connor, Steve Forrest, Marianne Mobley, Gary Collins, all these celebrities, and I'm not even aware that I'm doing it. I'm just an out-of-body experience. And Robin, so the whole weekend, Jerry spent the whole time hugging me and telling me, I adore you. And then I get on stage Saturday night, and Danny Arnold, the creator of Barney Miller, who hosted this tournament, gets on stage and says, everybody, it's Harvey's son's birthday today, Chris. So he basically gets up on stage in front of about 2,000 people, sing happy birthday with me, and hula dance with Jamie Farr.
From MASH, of course, Klinger.
From MASH. So, yeah, right. So now I'm thinking, oh, great. My life is about cross-dressers and hermaphrodites.
Hey, that shit's in these days, brother.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I blend in right now.
Long before
The devil made me wear this dress.
I mean, long after. Anyway, sorry.
Oh, God. So that whole weekend was just to meet, and then that wasn't surreal enough. I don't know if you know who Joe Williams was, the great jazz singer.
Yeah.
He played Claire Huxtable's father on Cosby.
Right.
And,
yes, sir.
It's not in my book. I didn't talk about it a lot. Jazz is my first great love. Music, my first love of music is jazz. So if anybody doesn't know who Joe Williams is, they've been living under a rock or they're dead inside. So he's at the golf tournament playing, and I see him in his golf cart. He's putting sun lotion on his face, and they're supposed to do a shotgun, which is everybody starts or it's just round robin with the golfers. Every golfer has to start from a different hole, and so I'm 18, so this is 1985.
Okay.
And I'm not shy at this point, but I don't think I have it going up to people like Joe Williams and introduce myself to them because you're ready to go golf. But if you had a chance to meet Ron Williams, it's like meeting Jackie Robinson. It's royalty. It's like meeting Sidney Poitier. You get a chance to meet these people. You meet them. So I went up to Joe Williams and said, you have no idea what a thrill it is for me to meet. I know like the Jackie Robinson of jazz. And he couldn't believe I said that to him. And I said, who are you? He said, oh, my name is Chris Korman. I'm Harvey Korman's son. Wait, you're Harvey Korman's son? I said, yeah, he's just over there in group 12. And you're in group 14. I said, wait, your father's Harvey Korman? He said, yes. I said, but my dad was a great jazz lover, too. So my dad loved Joe Williams. I said, you have to take me over to meet you, Holly. I said, no, I got to spend 2 minutes talking to you because you were one of my great musical idols. And to meet me was the great thrill of my life, Mr. Williams. And he just started smiling. He said, I got to do that. So my dad now sees me walking over with Joe Williams. My dad's thinking, oh my God, what has my son said now? I said, Dad, Joe Williams would like to meet you. And my dad just went, porky pig on me. He didn't know what to say to Joe Williams. And Joe says to my father, my wife and I, you have no idea how much pleasure you brought us over the years. You're just one of the greats. Yeah. My father absolutely just went stupid on me and could not talk for like 20 seconds. He said, Mr. Williams, I think this is a little bit backwards. I think my son and I should be revering you because how much love we have for you and your music. Because my dad and I talk about jazz all the time. And you're one. And when my son said about you, you are the Jackie Robinson of music to us. And well, Harvey, you and Carol, you're just one of the greats too. And just to meet you was just unbelievable. And it's like, this is just not happening to me. This doesn't happen every day. I didn't have breakfast with Burt Lancaster. Are you kidding me?
It's a dream. Is this real? Yeah.
It's surreal, is what it is, because you don't think things like this happen every day. It doesn't. Except Burt Lancaster say to your father, me and my wife, again, Mr. Williams, say, oh my God, we love watching you every night. And my dad said, Burt, you're a movie star. I'm this picture guy from Chicago on this variety show on Saturday nights. And Burt said, no, don't diminish yourself, Harvey. You have no idea what your talent is. It is truly transcendent. But you're a movie star, Burt. And I said, Chris, understand this about your father. Your dad could do what we do as dramaticals, but most dramatic actors couldn't do what your dad does. Is that sketch comedy is a very specific skill set. Most people can't do it.
Right.
So we're sitting having breakfast and thinking, oh my God, I'm waiting for my father to spit out eggs on this Burt Lancaster. I'm thinking, Dad, please chew before you talk. And because the first 20 seconds, Chance, he sat there staring at each other, waiting for the other one to talk. I said, well, both of you have food in your mouth, so for the sake of me, neither one of you talk. Just chew your food and then you talk. Because I was in the middle of them. And I just kept on looking at both of them. They both kept on looking at each other and smiling. And finally, like I said, just to talk to you, Bert, was just incredible. Just to have you sit with my son and I, it was just surreal.
Surreal.
And, well, and Robin and Bert got up and said, well, I got to get ready for our golf tournament. He said, a golf course here, so I'll see you on the golf course. He shook his hand. He shook my hand. He said, it's honored to meet you, Harvey. It's honored to meet you, Chris. And he walked away. And my dad just looked at me and said, pitch me, let me know if I'm really alive. I just had breakfast with Burt Lancaster, and he's a fan of mine. I don't get this.
Yeah.
People like him should be a fan of mine.
Yeah.
And Carol was the same way.
Right.
I started staring. All these people came backstage. Lawrence Olivier came to a taping, and my father was just apoplectic about it. He was just like, that was his idol.
There you go.
And for Lawrence Olivier to tell my father he was an admirer of his work, that just set my father over the top.
Real quick, we got about 15 more minutes, unless you want to continue with this story. You're a great storyteller. That's something I'm not good at. You are an awesome storyteller. I mean to tell you, Chris.
Well, I appreciate it because I try not to go on too long or overly embellish on anything.
You're not. But I had a Hawaii question for you. Just real quick. It's a yes or no question. Did you ever stay at the Princeville Resort in Kauai on the golf course?
God, I don't know if I know he did. We stayed on Maui. We stayed at Mauna Kea a lot.
Okay.
And because we stayed in the main island quite a bit when my sister and I and my dad would travel there. There is there's a guy named E.T. Domenico who was the macadamia nut king of Hawaii.
I thought Jim Neighbors was.
Oh, well, I don't know Jim, but Carol was neighbors with him and Dudley Moore when he was married to Susan Anton.
Oh, what a babe.
They all lived with
What a babe. And she married that little runt. I'm kidding.
Oh, well, I envy her because
I'm 5'5", so I can say that.
Well, I don't know her, but I heard she was incredible. But I loved Dudley Moore. I absolutely thought he was the next chaplain.
Oh, for sure.
And so from what Jody told me that, Jim and Dudley would come over to Carol and say, can we have a stalk of sugar cane for breakfast? Like that. Like, aha, very funny, I get it. Sugar cane stalk. Okay, I get it. So D.D. Domenico was the king of macadamia nuts of Hawaii, okay? So we're having lunch with Carol at this guy's house. We were over there, and Carol was, I think, on Maui at the time. And I think she came over to the other island, and we had lunch at this guy, D.D. Domenico's house. Chance, let me tell you this. Everything that we had that day had macadamia nut. The soup had it, the salad had it, the pasta had it. By the end of the day, my dad said, no offense, Mr. D. Domenico, but I'm
good.
Macadamia nut.
Yeah, I'm good.
And these nuts are starting to drive me fucking nuts.
Pun intended.
Can I have something without macadamia nut in it before I scream?
Yeah. I was going to give you a macadamia cookie. What was I going to say?
I said, let me guess. When we walk out here, we get the bill, and the bill will be made out of macadamia nut remains.
And that makes you have to poop, let me tell you.
Oh, God, it does. They're so addicting.
Oh, jeez.
So,
oh, man.
But that is... so I have to tell you this really fast. So my dad and McLean and Charles Lane, I don't know if you know that name. He played on Lucy. He was a great character actor. And Robert Donner, who played Mork's best friend.
What a great character actor. Robert Donner. Yeah.
Great man.
Yes.
He has a very dour look about him. So Fred Grandy and Ted Lance were buddies that week. So my dad and McLean were on it together. And they didn't win the whole week because they spent the whole time living each other for major career screw-ups. So
well, he was Exodore on Mork and Mindy. Can I just interject one quick thing? He did a Password Plus when Tom Kennedy hosted after, sadly, Alan Ludden passed away of cancer in 81 with Patty Duke in character. Patty played Patty and Kathy Lane. I have it on tape from 1981. And then Robert Donner was Exodore, and then you had an actress from the show, the Barbara Eden show, based on the movie Harper Valley PTA.
Right.
She played Flora somebody. Flora. Anyway, it was a really cool competition. Anyway.
I never saw it.
It's great. It was 5 episodes. They're all in character. It's a lot of fun. Robert Donner's hysterical. And he knows that voice, you know.
Yeah. I thought I brought up
Stoic.
Donner with Robin when I met him. And I said,
Oh, and it was Bowser. Bowser. I'm sorry, John. That was the fourth person. John. From
Sha-Na-Na.
From Sha-Na-Na. Bowser. John Bauman. Yeah.
John Bauman, right. So, but Robert Donner was truly one. See, Donner doesn't get enough credit for being a great comedy person. He's not known for that. But Robin Williams told me, he said, I had never worked with any funnier man. I mean, besides a lot of people that I know, like your father. But Donner had this great dour look about him, and everything was deadpan. So you never knew if Donner was serious or he was pissed. But Ron said working with Donner was one of the great thrills of his life, to work with Donner. And for Robin Williams to say that about Donner is a compliment to Robert Donner. To have Robin Williams say, I have learned from Robert Donner. Wow. A compliment.
Hey, can I take...
Donner, I adored.
One thing about Robert Donner, I collect 16mm film. I have a commercial he did before he was a name in 1967 for Wishbone salad dressing. And it's a Hatfield and McCoy's type of ad. And he's got a big shotgun. And I'll have to convert that and put it on my YouTube channel, Chance Acting Demo. Chance Acting Demo YouTube and the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube, 2 separate channels. Had to do a little self-plug. Listen, would you please tell a Bert Convy story? You told me on the phone yesterday that you knew Bert, who passed away sadly in 1991 of a brain tumor.
So,
yeah.
Right. And so the Win-Lose Draw was shot on stage 33 where they did the Burnett show. And the happenstance is the way they set up the stage is to make it look like it was Burt Reynolds' living room, because that's where Win-Lose Draw was created. It was Robin Williams. It was Burt Reynolds' living room. So they basically modeled the set after Bert's living room. And Burt Convy and Burt Reynolds both co-produced this. So this day they had the rows of chairs on the side of the wall, on both walls, and guests were allowed to sit within the stage. So at the end of the show, you don't see it because the camera's not on that side. Eventually it did. Bert is walking past the 5 chairs on the wall on the left. And I'm there with my best friend, and my good friend Sean, and we're on the wall. Ron goes down the first person. Bert goes down the first person. Hi, how are you? Hold on a second. Kisses me. I'm on the 4th one. And you can't hear it, but he says, oh, shit, Chris. And he didn't know I was there that day. You know, I went to school with his son, Jonah. We went to high school. We graduated high school together. But Bert wasn't told that I was coming there. I didn't know I was going to go there that day either. So the production company said, hey, Chris, what are you doing? I'm busy. I got another friend on Young and Restless. I have some friends over there. Do you want to sit on an episode of Win, Lose, and Draw? You sit on the wall. I said, sure. So my friend and I sat on the wall. So when by that time, Bert had not recognized I was on the wall this whole time, because obviously I was older. And he shot me in the eye. Oh, shit, Chris, what are you doing here? I said, I came to visit some friends over at CBS because I have some friends here. I said, how's Jonah? How's everybody? He's like, fine. It's great to see you. It's great to see you, too. This is my good friend. But the look on his face was, and he held it for a couple of seconds because he was hoping the camera or the sound wasn't still on. Because he said, oh, shit, Chris, what are you doing here? And he just gave me a big hug, and he was the most charming. But I'll tell you why Telltales and Hollywood works. Is because of Bert and because of Peter Marshall. Their charm, their wit. Bert was the most affable, self-deprecating, good-looking guy, and he had a voice that would melt your heart.
And I didn't know Burt Reynolds and him were. I knew about Cannonball Run, but I was under the impression Burt Reynolds didn't care for Bert Convy, and I guess that was either shtick or, yeah.
No, they were friends. They co-worked together. Bert Convy was on, I think, Cannonball 2.
Yeah.
So they had known each other, and they created Win, Lose, and Draw together. And And the oddity about the whole Burt Reynolds thing is because James Hampton, who just passed away, his widow, Mary, sent me the book that he wrote that I promoted on my page. And I've known James Hampton since I was 10. So James Hampton has a very place in my heart, dear place in my heart. And so he'd worked with Burt on Longest Yard, and so James has a tie to Burt Reynolds. Now my stepfather George had done 2 movies with Burt, so they became good friends at the end of Burt's life and my dad's George's life. So the irony is that Burt Reynolds was on the After Studios with James Lincoln, and he says on camera that George Johnson was one of the best acting teachers in this country. And George did teach acting for many years. And for Burt Reynolds to say that about George, and George stands up. And so when George died, I reached out to Burt Reynolds' estate to tell Burt that George passed because they were good friends. And Burt's assistant thanked me for that.
That's great.
I didn't want to post it on the internet or anything. I just wanted to connect with Burt. So I left a message with Burt's assistant. And George and Burt were very, very, very dear friends. So I told Mary Deese that how many connections that we have. But most people don't know this, that he's one of those 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon, as I call it.
6 degrees of separation?
Right. If you look at the cat from outer space, James Hampton is in it, acclaimed Stevenson, Harry Morgan, and Ken Berry. So what's weird about that is, I think prior to MASH, McClane was in this movie. I don't know if McClane was in on MASH by that time, Cat from Outer Space. But what was weird, or ironic about it, is that Harry Morgan was also in that movie. Harry Morgan replaced McClane Stevenson on MASH, and they're in the same movie together. And then James Hampton and Ken Berry worked on F2 together. So 3 of these people who I adore, and I adore Ken Berry and James Hampton, and McClane is also on it. So 4 of my favorite people are in this movie. So, and I can't tell you, McClane Stevenson away from MASH is truly one of the funniest people in this world to be around. I cannot tell you, I had more laughs being around my dad McClane than I've had around any people in my lifetime.
That's good. That's good.
People, if you had to know McClane to really understand his sense of humor, it was just, you get McClane on a wall, you couldn't shut him up.
Yeah.
But
McClane Stevenson.
One of the most gracious, caring, loving people. And McClane, and like my dad and Tim, found out they were not stars. They had, my dad, McClane, and Tim collectively probably had like 27 series. Because they realized they really weren't stars. They were great ensemble people. And it went to McClane's head that he was a star. And my dad tried it, and Tim tried it, and he realized they just weren't stars. They were good ensemble people, and you had to have that certain thing that makes you a star, like Carol has it, Robin had it, certain people have it.
You're born with it, you either have it or you don't. You can take acting classes, but you can't replicate charm and charisma.
My dad said George used to teach acting at the Milton Consultants Beverly Hills Playhouse, and every actor known to mankind studied there. And George used to teach under this guy who was an acting guru like Meisner and Strasberg.
Right.
And George said, why don't you come teach one day, Harvey? He's like, George, no offense, but if I have to explain to an actor timing and writing, timing and instinct, they have no business acting. And George said, well, Harvey, I think you're being a little unfair. I said, no, George, what I'm trying to tell you is, if these people have been in business 25 years and you still have to explain to them and teach them about trusting their instinct or about comedy, they have no business doing it in the first place.
Right.
You can't teach it. You can teach method, you can teach about staging, you can teach about a lot of things. If I have to explain to your students who are bigger than I am what I've already known since I studied at Goodman, there's something wrong. And George took offense to that. George said, well, Chris, I mean, Harvey, everybody has to learn and grow and develop, but you can't teach instinct, George. And if I have to explain it to you or anybody, then they don't have it. Because instinct is all you have as a performer. If you don't understand it, it's ephemeral.
Well, they say that Jennifer Lawrence never took an acting lesson in her life. And look at her career. Of course, she probably banged a lot of casting directors. I'm kidding.
Well, not enough.
Casting couch. No, I'm sorry. I'm taking it to the gutter.
Well, somebody made a joke about Shatner on Facebook, and I said, well, Shatner has gone where most actors have gone before it, but he did an acting school.
We've got about 5 minutes left. Do you want to expand on your stepfather? I know you've talked about him.
George was a classically trained actor from Yale. His father was a district court judge. He's George Chinto Sr. George went to school to become a lawyer, and he ends up playing most lawyers in his career, or mobsters. And most people don't realize that George was on those Union Oil commercials that they played on Dodger games. He plays Nick. And with Larry Wilcox from Chips.
Yeah, John and Punch, John Baker on Chips.
Yeah, and Larry Wilcox, you could not be a finer person.
Well, he's from Oklahoma. So, he's not from Hollywood, so he's got good roots.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
He's a great guy. So one of the things that people, and I don't know if I probably will update the book next year and put more stories in there, certainly more stories about George and my dad. But George really was far more funny than people give him credit for, because you look at George, you think a mobster. And you know those Grand Theft Auto video games?
Yeah. Did the voice work? Great look. Like you said, great look. He had a great look.
And all the great dramatic actors did those things. Robert Loggia, Robert Davi. And here's a funny story. Last story. George had poker night every Thursday night. Every conceivable mobster actor walked through my kitchen. Robert Davi, Timothy Dalton, one of the James Bond guys. So we're sitting there, I'm having dinner, my mom's cooking in the kitchen. In comes Timothy Dalton.
007.
Right. Timothy Dalton, Robert Loggia, Robert Davi, every conceivable Italian actor walked through our kitchen.
Holy shit. They were working on License to Kill, I bet, in 1988.
Right.
Released in 89. The second and last Timothy Dalton James Bond movie after Living Daylights.
I'm thinking, as George knew all these actors. Robert Loggia was a good friend of my George's, and Robert Loggia is in Curse of the Pink Panther with my father. So I've known Robert Loggia since I was 8. So all these actors, James Ferrantino, so all these actors are walking through our kitchen to go to the guest house. And my mom would just have a habit just pointing at the back door. Guys, here's the back door. There it is. Find it. If I hear screaming and cussing and the police come to our house, I don't know any of you. Because they would get raunchy loud. Or at 10 o'clock at night, my mom finally had to break it up and said, you guys are drinking, you're loud. So before the police start calling, I said, we have half of the mafia in our living room, Mom. This is not good. And luckily they're only actors, and they're not really in the mob.
Robert Davi, boy, he looks like a mobster. He looks like
he does. And
he's better than Marlon Brando.
Oh God!
And that look.
For those who don't know this, James, that Robert Davi actually has a great singing voice.
Oh, I know he's a crooner. I've heard his music. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, amazing.
Yes.
Robert Loggia, who was in a movie called Twinkle Twinkle Killer Kane, or The Ninth Configuration by Peter Blatty. He did The Exorcist. So I've known Robert Loggia, and he was in Curse of the Pink Panther. He plays the head mobster in Curse. So he was doing a show in 89 called Mancuso FBI. So we're in New York. My dad's publicizing Nut House, and they have these what they call press junkets for all the shows.
Sure.
And they have all these actors get on stage. So we're sitting there talking to Judd Hirsch, which is a different episode of Dr. Phil.
From Taxi.
And Therapy that I can't really divulge, but so we're sitting there at this restaurant, at this hotel, and we're having hors d'oeuvres, and Robert Loggia walked in, and he saw me. And he saw me earlier, a couple of weeks ago, at my house. He didn't put it together that George was my stepfather, though, for some reason. Oh, my dad was my father. And he looked at me and said, hi, Chris. Hi, Mr. Loggia. How are you? Didn't I see you recently at George DiCenzo's house? I said, yeah, well, George is my stepfather. I said, so why are you here? I said, my father's starring on a sitcom. My dad turned and said, hi, Robert. I said, Harvey? Yeah. Why is Chris here? He's my son, Robert. I was like, wait a minute. George is your stepfather, and Harvey's... And Robert's like, I need a drink.
Two great dads, man. You're the best of both worlds. It's like Search. Two great dads in one. But not in one.
Really did, and they really genuinely did love each other, and they always put whatever problem my dad and mom might have had, whatever issues they went through, they never brought it home. I respected that this was George and my mom's house. I respected the fact that if a punishment happened at my mom's house, it carried over to my dad. So George and my dad respected each other enough to respect each other's rules in the other person's house, and I minded that.
Respect.
So if the rule, respect. If the rule in the house was, if I want to go see the Tonight Show or go to a Dodger game, George said, as long as you get your chores done, you can go. If you don't get your chores done, I'm sorry, you can't go. House rules. And those are the rules that you were set by your mother and I and your father.
Yeah.
So it's not enough. Some people had 2 disciplines. I had 3. But I had more respect for George because he never overstepped his boundaries with my father. There was always a level of reference to each other, and they truly loved each other. And then they did that movie Long Shot together with Ted Wass and Tim Conway. George plays a mobster, and that day, really quickly, George had gone on a diet. They made him eat 45 plates of calamari because every time my dad or Jim broke up, George would break out. Every time George did something, he snorted in the middle of the scene, and my dad and Tim would go up. So this is a 2-hour day turned into a 5-hour day because my dad and Tim and George and Jack Weston could not laugh. And every time they had to redo the scene, they made George to eat another plate of calamari, and he was on a diet that day. And he said at the end of the day, he said, I never want to see another fucking calamari for the rest of my life. I swear to God. And because Tim would give a look, and then my dad would give a look, and then George would do a pause, and then he would snort, and then they would have to reset the table again.
Like a spit take.
Oh God! And then
Reverse spit take.
Yeah, and then Ted Wass would do something, water or the table, and to see my dad and George interact. It was just. I was blessed to have 2 incredible men in my life as father figures. And the last figures I have, most people don't know this, and I think it's on my home pages. My father dedicated his Golden Globe to me. I have it right here in front of me. It says, "The world's greatest son, love Dad." He brought that home. I had no idea he had it bronze and everything. And he brought it home. And he put it on my table in my bedroom. I got home and I went in there and said, "Dad, I didn't win a Golden Globe last time I checked." He said, "No, that's mine. So I give it to you." And there's 2. Try not to cry. He's the greatest son. Love Dad. Oh my God, I still have it. And I look at it every day. And for him to do that for me is like.
We're going to talk about your dad's awards in a little bit. Yeah, unreal. Woo! You know, and you lost of course, your birth father, I've mentioned several times in this interview, in 2008, and then your stepfather in 2010, and you came out the other side. You're still here. You know, that could have destroyed a lesser person. But,
well, if I am half the man that I am, it's because of them. And if I am the man I am today, it's because of my wife.
Oh, yeah. That's your anchor, huh?
She's my anchor.
Your rock. Yeah. All right, we've gone over time from your deadline. I want to ask you, where can people find your book? How can they purchase your book?
Most people butcher this, so I have to spell it out. Bear Manor, BEARMANOUR, BearManorPress.com, or they can find it at Amazon.com. Oh my God, it's Harvey Korman's son. Hopefully I will update it next year with new pictures. And more stories.
Yeah. We'll do a Zoom call next time. You're segueing into my next question. My final question. Will you come back to the Nostalgic Podblast?
Any time of the day, any time of the year. I will cross-dress down D. Martin Boulevard if it gets me on your show.
Good answer. Thank you, and I appreciate that very much. I mean, how can you turn down my generous pay? The pay! No, I'm kidding.
If you pay me in deli food, I love you even more.
We'll do it, man. Get some matzo ball soup, brother.
Oh, man, I have to come to a You know what? Did you tell me that Barry's wife is a special ed teacher?
Say what?
Did you tell me that Barry's wife is a special ed teacher in
Yes,
Georgia, right?
yes.
I never
Mrs.
knew
BK,
that.
as he calls her. He tries to respect her privacy, so we refer to her as Mrs. BK. She teaches special ed, special needs kids in the Cobb County system, which is in this school system, public school system in the state of Georgia, in the North Metro
I
area.
have got to talk to Barry about this because I really would like to do some special ed stuff in Georgia, and maybe that's a hook for me. Maybe I can talk to his wife and see if I can get going there.
Let's get the taxpayers to pay your airfare, man. Let's make it happen.
They can pay for my toupee too while they're at it.
You don't wear a toupee.
You know, right now, hey man, Chance, if I lose 20 or 30, 40 pounds, I'm fine. Because right now I'm the Hindenburg with ears.
Chris, sincerely, Chris Korman, you're a gem, and thank you for being here on my little humble show, the Nostalgic Podblast. Thank you very much.
Well, let me tell you right now, anytime you want somebody on that you haven't had on that you would love to have on, just let me know.
That's a deal, and I will try to add a video component, like I said, Zoom or something, so we can do this on camera.
That'd be great.
So it's not so my fat head isn't the only thing being seen. Yeah.
Oh, please, oh God.
All right, I'm going to go play some clips of your father and talk about the many awards he won over his career and talk about some of his credits. So thanks again, Chris Korman.
You're welcome, Chance. It was my pleasure to do your show. I'll do it anytime you want me to.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure. All right. God bless you, man.
All right. Thanks, Chance.
Chris Korman, everyone. I want to take a break, get some coffee, and when I do, I'm going to play a little more of his dad, Harvey Korman, his bio dad on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. Let's continue listening to that so I can get some more coffee, and then I'll talk about, as I just mentioned, the biography of the great Harvey Korman.
Right after this.
That's right after this.
Wasn't that good? Wasn't that good? We're talking with Harvey Korman, raconteur.
Big tipper.
Big tipper and all those things.
Anyway, to finish that story about Thanksgiving, it was a week before Thanksgiving, and I had called my ex-wife, and we were trying to plan what to do on Thanksgiving, because we like to have it together. The children and her ex, her husband, my ex, her. So she said, well, okay.
You get together with her ex-husband also?
Oh, yes. I like him very much. He's on this network, as a matter of fact. He's on McLean's Law. His name is George DeScenzo.
Oh.
And he is her current husband, and I love him. He's a great guy. Anyway, we like to be together on Thanksgiving. So he said, where are we going to have it this year? She says, well, I think I can make it this year, and I can, it'll take me about 2 days to do it, so I won't be able to come to your golf tournament, which I have in November.
Right.
I says, so Tim was listening to this. He says, it's going to take her 2 days to do a turkey dinner. He ran out. This was about 6 o'clock. He ran out to the market, brought back a turkey and pie and fresh cut flowers. We had a turkey dinner at 12:30 that night. He just had to prove her wrong. He did cook the turkey at 500 degrees, so we had turkey tartare. He is wonderful. He's just such a great guy to hang around. You know, when you get together with funny guys, right? Like we get together with a guy, he and a guy named Ron Clark, who's a writer, and we just take premises, as you know, and just... Now, we had a premise the other night that went on for a half hour. Did you read the newspaper about the lady who was on the airplane and trying to smuggle cocaine through, and she swallowed 50...
She died from it.
Yes, she swallowed 50 balloons full of cocaine, and evidently one of them inflated and burst, and she overdosed and died.
This was your comedy premise?
Well, the premise had to do with the people on the receiving end. The people, their consternation when she didn't arrive. And even the consternation if she did arrive, you know. I don't really want to labor that anymore. But you do know that this is, for many years, a device where drugs are brought in and out of prisons and everything by putting it down the digestive tract.
I would think that would be...
And then the recovery and all that stuff. We don't really want it. But anyway, he did 30 minutes on that.
On somebody who had bought some of this?
Well, no, we don't want to really go any further.
I guess we don't.
But most of the stuff, I mean, I am lying on the floor laughing, but we can't talk about it here, and I'm sorry I brought it up.
You just kind of just do lead-ins here, and then that's it.
Are you being cross with me now?
No, I'm not cross.
All right, let's change the subject.
Okay,
I am going to...
What? Tell you what I'm going to do. I found this in my desk that had been sitting there. You can look at the pages, how yellow they are. I don't know what it's from. I guess it's from a questionnaire from people filling out a job or something, or just to find out about something. Since I know you so well, it's difficult to just sit and ask you questions, and so I looked at some of these here, for example.
Okay.
These aren't too good either. Looking at your career, what would you most like to be doing 20 years from now?
I think I'll be in the home. One weekend they'll come with a pickup truck and they just...
No, what would you like to be doing 20 years from now?
Oh, just to be alive, to see my children and my grandchildren and be able to get up in the morning and have breakfast and go play golf.
Smell the flowers.
Smell anything. And
He did make it 20 more years. That would be 2003. He passed away in 2008.
That's it.
And you know what? I'd love to do is be able to make a difference in the world, to be able to participate and to be of service to people.
You have made a difference in the world.
I still, that's what I like to do.
You don't think so, but you have made a difference in the world.
How have I made a difference to you?
I think by entertaining and bringing laughter and joy to people, that makes a big difference in the world.
It does.
I think that's very important. You know, if people laugh and you make them happy, absolutely.
Yeah.
That sometimes is better than lots of other things, you know?
Yeah.
You entertain people. They sit at home and they watch you and they have a good time and you've made their life happier.
True.
That's not bad. You don't think about that, you see.
I do, but I don't give it much value.
You want to discover something like, you want to be like Fleming, discover penicillin or something.
No,
right?
but
Is that what you're thinking?
No, I don't want to discover penicillin.
Well, of course, it's already been discovered.
Oh, that's why I don't want to do it. But I think there's other things we can do besides just making people laugh. We are something beyond just being actors and comedians. We're total human beings. We are members of the world community. We're concerned with social issues.
I know that.
And social issues.
Yes. Have you thought of ever running for? Why don't you run?
Right to life issues.
Why don't you run?
Do you know what the latest Jewish position is on right to life?
What is the latest Jewish position
It
on
is a
right to
fetus
life?
until it gets out of medical school.
That's clever.
I'm involved in stuff like that.
I know you
That
are.
was just
I
a
know
bad
you
joke,
are.
but
And I know what you're saying.
hunger, I'm devoted to ending hunger in this world. I'm going to Chicago Friday. I'm going to be doing a speech in Chicago for the Association of Children with Learning Disabilities. I'm going to London. I'm going to do a picture. Then I'm doing a lot of
I think
things.
that's great that you have other concerns.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go back to your thing.
Well, after that, I mean, this is nothing.
Ask me something really intimate. I'll give you the truth. I'll tell you the honest truth in front of everybody.
What's your worst habit?
I think I pick my nose.
Why did I ask that question? Why did I ask
Especially when I'm
that question?
driving here at a stoplight and you... Some guy's looking over and you... Hey, isn't that... What's his name from the... Yeah.
Serves no purpose whatsoever.
I'm sorry. I suppose this is really a very... Well, this is in honor of Tim anyway, so...
That's right, so you can blame...
So if I bomb tonight, it's...
Blame that on him.
It's Tim.
You're going to London to make a picture?
Going to London to do Pink Panther.
Oh, great. They're going to continue those.
Yes, you know, it's amazing.
Did they get somebody to replace Sellers? That's a
Not
job.
replace Sellers. They have a new guy who's going to be kind of a bumbling detective.
Right.
But they have about 200,000 feet of unused Peter Sellers footage.
Oh, he was so good.
They're going to have they'll flashback, so they'll have a lot of Peter
That
Sellers.
would be
in this picture.
sensational.
I'm playing a wonderful character, a German character named Dr. August Balls. And that is the name of the character.
German?
Yes, he sells disguises. He sells odd noses, unique goiters, carbuncles. Would you like to see something in a hump?
A nice 42? Yes, a nice 42 hump?
Yes, a nice hump.
Okay, we're going to take a break here and...
Can I leave now?
No.
Yeah, that's great. That's just classic stuff right there. The great Harvey Korman. Harvey Korman was born February 15th, 1927. And, of course, he was an American actor and comedian who performed in television and film productions. His big break was being a featured performer, as most people know, on CBS's The Danny Kaye Show before The Carol Burnett Show. But he is best remembered for his performances on the sketch comedy series The Carol Burnett Show, for which he won 4 Emmy Awards. I'll go over that in a moment, as well as his partnership with Tim Conway. Korman also appeared in several, I think a fly just flew in my mouth. I'm serious, a gnat or something. Oh, geez, just like a Raiders of the Lost Ark moment with Belloc. Belloc, I'm going to blow up the Ark. And the fly went in his mouth. Jesus, I think, I must continue. No disrespect to Harvey Herschel Korman. Korman also appeared in several comedy films by Mel Brooks, like my favorite, History of the World Part 1. Going to play some clips of that in a moment before we wrap for the day. This is all from Wikipedia, so you can look this up. I didn't write this. I'm just reading this from Wikipedia. Korman, who was of Russian Jewish descent, was born in Chicago, Illinois, the son of Ellen and Cyril Raymond Korman, a salesman. And he didn't change his name. That's his real birth name. He didn't change it. He served in the United States Navy during World War II. He was a veteran. Thank you for your service, Harvey Korman. And after being discharged, he studied at the Goodman School of Drama at the Art Institute of Chicago, now at DePaul University. And he studied at the HB Studio. He was a member of the Peninsula Players Summer Theater Program during the 1950, 1957, and 1958 seasons. The early years. Korman's first television role was as a head waiter in the Donna Reed Show episode Decisions, Decisions, Decisions. He appeared as a comically exasperated public relations man in a January 1961 episode of the CBS drama Route 66, which Chris mentioned in the interview. He was seen on numerous television programs after that, including the role of Blake in the 1964 episode titled Who Chopped Down the Cherry Tree on the NBC medical drama The 11th Hour. I played that theme before on the Podblast. And a bartender in the 1962 Perry Mason episode that Chris mentioned, The Case of the Unsuitable Uncle. He frequently appeared as a supporting player on The Danny Kaye Show from 1963 through 1967. He was cast 3 times, including the role of Dr. Allison in Who Needs Glasses, 1962, on ABC's The Donna Reed Show. He also guest starred on Dennis the Menace, again, this is stuff Chris mentioned, and on the NBC modern Western series Empire. From 1964 to 1966, Harvey Korman appeared 3 times in consecutive years on the CBS comedy The Munsters, starring Fred Gwynne and Yvonne DiCarlo. During the 1965-1966 season, the final season of The Munsters, Korman appeared regularly on ABC's The Flintstones. I don't believe this came up, as the voice of the Great Gazoo in the final season. On network television, season 6 on ABC, The Flintstones that we mentioned last week with James Tim Walker, who worked for Hanna-Barbera, who had produced and drew The Flintstones, among other projects. Now, The Carol Burnett Show. The 1967 debut of The Carol Burnett Show gave Korman his greatest recognition. During his 10-year run on the show, he received 6 Emmy Award nominations and won 4 in 1969, 1971, 1972, and 1974. And in that acceptance speech, he got on stage with Tim Conway, and he was cracking up Carol Burnett. I was going to play a clip, but it's more visual, so look it up on YouTube. It's out there. Look up Harvey Korman acceptance speech 1974, Emmy acceptance speech 1974. The exact name of the category changed slightly during the period, but the award was for outstanding achievement by a supporting performer in music or variety show. In this is bad grammar on the web. It's supposed to say outstanding achievement by a supporting performer in a music or variety show. He was also nominated for 4 Golden Globes for the series, The Carol Burnett Show, winning that award in 1975. Boom, there you go, and it's on Emmy.com too. Other work. While appearing on The Carol Burnett Show, Korman gained further fame by appearing as the villainous Hedley Lamar in the 1974 film Blazing Saddles by Mel Brooks. He also starred in High Anxiety in 1977 as Dr. Charles Montang. In 1978, he appeared in the CBS Star Wars Holiday Special that Chris talked about, providing levity in 3 of the special's variety segments. A Cantina skit with B. Arthur, Chris talked about, where he plays a barfly who drinks through a hole in the top of his head. Another role is Chef Gormada, a 4-arm parody of Julia Child, and one skit as a malfunctioning Amphorian android in an instruction video. In 1980, he played Captain Blythe in the Disney comedy Herbie Goes Bananas. I love the Herbie series. That was the first movie I ever saw as a kid. It was one of the Herbie movies. And you know, I love when Harvey would do a nervous character, whether it was a sketch on the Carol Burnett Show or in a movie. I loved it where he had a nervous twitch. He was kind of like Herbert Lom in that regard. Herbert Lom was the boss of Inspector Clouseau in the Pink Panther movies, for those that don't know. Kind of a similar look and similar character. I love it when Harvey Korman would play nervous. Okay, Herbie Goes Bananas, 1980. Then the following year, he portrayed Count de Monet in History of the World Part 1, my favorite Mel Brooks movie. In later years, he did voice work for the live-action film The Flintstones. I guess the one in 1994, yeah, with Rosie O'Donnell as Betty Rubble, among other actors that were in that. I think, what's his name, who committed suicide? Not Rob Williams, of course. Freddie Prinze Jr. That's right. He was in the Flintstones movie from 94, released in 94, shot in 93. So he did voice work in that film as well as the animated Secret of Nim 2, Timmy to the Rescue. He had a great voice. He also starred in the short-lived Mel Brooks TV series The Nut House, Chris mentioned, and in his final Mel Brooks film as the zany Dr. Stewart in Dracula, Dead and Loving It. In 1986, he starred in the failed CBS comedy series Leo and Liz in Beverly Hills with Valerie Perrine, who was Miss Tessmacher in Superman the movie. And she's kind of not looking so great these days. I think she's hit Skid Row. Someone help out Valerie Perrine. Seriously. She needs a handout or something, or a leg up. A leg up. Give her a break. I feel sorry for Valerie Perrine because she just doesn't look right. I mean, it's beyond just natural age. Anyway, in 1982, Harvey Korman reunited with Carol Burnett and Vicki Lawrence in the TV movie Eunice, reprising his role of Ed Higgins from the family sketches from the Carol Burnett Show, which became Mama's Family in the independent sitcom, which came back. I meant to ask Chris, I think I know the answer to this, if Harvey had anything to do with the syndicated version of Mama's Family. I don't think he did. He might have made a guest appearance or two when it came back a few years later. Not in network, but in syndication, as I just said. Harvey continued the portrayal on the spin-off series Mama's Family in network prime time, in addition to introducing each episode of the series during its initial 2-season NBC network run, portraying fictional television host Alastair Quincy, as well as directing 31 episodes of the series, as Chris mentioned. He also reunited with fellow Carol Burnett Show alumnus Tim Conway, making a guest appearance on Conway's 1980 to 1981 comedy variety series, The Tim Conway Show. The two later toured the U.S. reprising skits from the show, as well as performing new material. A DVD of new comedy sketches by Korman and Conway, Together Again, that's the title, was released in 2006. Korman and Conway had been jointly inducted into the Television Hall of Fame in 2002. In his personal life, Korman was married to Donna from 1960 to 1977, and they had 2 children together, Maria and Christopher Korman. Our guest today, our special guest, Christopher Korman on the Nostalgic Podblast. He married Deborah Korman, née Fritz, in 1982, and was married to her until his death in 2008. They had 2 daughters together, Kate and Laura Korman. Korman sadly died at age 81 on May 28, 2008, at UCLA Medical Center as a result of complications from a ruptured abdominal aortic aneurysm he'd suffered 4 months earlier. He is interred at Santa Monica. He's at Santa Monica's. He rests at Santa Monica's Woodlawn Cemetery. God bless you, Harvey Korman. Your work lives on. You are immortal, and I'm glad that the Carol Burnett Show first 5 seasons have finally come to light since the original air date back in 2018, starting on the Diginet MeTV, and now it's on PBS. Check your local listings, and it's full 1-hour format, uncut in HD if you have the HD version of PBS. And of course, it's available on home video. Look it up, The Carol Burnett Show, if you want to purchase it. I'm sure it's streaming somewhere, and if it's not, it should be. It might be winding up on Pluto TV, but I think they want to sell the DVDs before they give it away for free. So continuing on with the Podblast today, let's see. I had some other things I want to share. I want to read some of his credits real quick. Harvey Korman's credits. Here we go on IMDb. Okay, the last thing he did was another Star Wars holiday special. No. 2007. This must be a re-release. It's Riff Tracks. No, it is. Okay. Riff Tracks. Rifftrax. The Star Wars holiday special. That's the title. He played Krellman, Krelman, Krellman in 2007. That's his last credit. He was retired before he passed. In 2001, he did the voice of Hapgood the Dragon in The Ruby Princess Runs Away. It's a short. And he did a voice in Buzz Lightyear of Star Command TV series in 2000. not going to read everything, but let's say he did video game voices, like Chris mentioned, like including the Flintstones, Bedrock Bowling. As the Great Gazoo, he reprised his role for the video game. And he worked as Lion in Happily Ever After, Fairy Tales for Every Child, a TV series from 2000. And the title of the episode is Aesop's Fables, a whodunit musical in 2000. In the year 2000, like a Conan O'Brien reference. Yeah. Ha ha. He did a lot of Flintstones work. He played a different character in the Flintstones in Viva Las Vegas in 2000 as Colonel Slaghoople. He was in Hey Arnold from 97 to 99 as Don Reynolds in a couple episodes, including Dino Checks Out in 1999 and Runaway Float / Partners in 1997, again as Don Reynolds, the character. Oh man, he did just a lot of work. He was in the medical drama ER in an episode in 1998 playing Stan Levy. And that was live action, of course. And they did more voice work for 101 Dalmatians, the series, which was a TV series short. As Baron Ephraim von Schnickerdoodle did the voice. And he was in Suddenly Susan. That was a series that starred Brooke Shields in 1997, episode called The Old and the Beautiful. He played Jimmy. He was in Diagnosis Murder, Bruno the Kid, Jingle All the Way as the President in 1996. He was in Ellen DeGeneres' sitcom Ellen, formerly titled These Friends of Mine, as a therapist in an episode called Harold and Ellen. Dracula Dead and Loving It, the movie. Dumb and Dumber, the TV series. Burke's Law TV series, 1995. Oh, I could go on and on and on. But just look up his IMDb, and he did a lot of Love Boats. And as you heard, I'm going to play a quick clip of Harvey Korman talking about almost playing Captain Meryl Steubing in The Love Boat. And that show lasted for 9 years, so that would have been a good paycheck, but he was still making movies and stuff. And yeah, Mama's Family, I'm right. He was only in the, and not only, but he was only, not in a negative way, but just as a factual way, he was only in the Mama's Family NBC network show from 83 to 84, reprising his role as Ed Higgins and Alistair Quincy. Yeah, Herbie Goes Bananas, mentioned that. I'm just going to go, I mentioned the beginnings. He was in the Dennis the Menace TV show. Yeah, so look it up. The Munsters episodes from the second and final season were titled Prehistoric Munster, Yes, Galen, There Is a Herman, and Family Portrait. And he played three different characters on the Munsters, it looks like. Yes, so. All right, we can retire that. Look up his credits on IMDb. Now we're going to continue on with some clips as we wind down the Nostalgic Podblast episode 69. Let's see here. I'm going to play a little bit more of the Tattletales.
This is it. Hello, Ann.
Let me skip to, in my little clip machine, I want to skip to Tattletales from July 1974 of Harvey Korman and his wife.
No, that's not true, don't we, girls?
That's Joanne Worley that he talked about from Laugh-In with Roger Perry. They had, what the show was about, they had three celebrity couples. And it's like a he said, she said format. They ask a question, the wives or the husbands, because they have halftime where they switch, are backstage with headphones listening to music. They can't hear what's going on. Okay, here's Harvey Korman.
Probably that my wife's going to say that you don't.
Hang on, let me back it up. Gosh darn it.
More than women do.
I think sweet adorable Roger would say the chauvinistic answer by saying sex.
They would ask provocative questions.
Books in the movies, they always say men think about sex more than women, but we know
and so
that's not true, don't we, girls?
The object is to match your husband or wife with the response to the silly question.
Okay, that's what he said, Joanne. And so that you will share in the pot. Now we'll move over to Harvey, who's deep in thought.
Yes. I'm going to say very unchauvinistically.
I didn't even hear the question. It's a terrible clip.
It's
my fault.
Money, probably, that my wife's going to say that you don't like it, ladies?
I guess the question is...
Oh, wait a minute. I see a guy going like this.
Now, wait a minute. What is it? You think money
causes most disagreement, money or sex? Is that the question?
There isn't a plurality there by any means.
No, wait. Harvey is the star, and he's his own man, so let him say what he wants to say.
Trust me, people, money is going to be closer.
Money's going to be close.
Closer than sex.
All right, let's all be quiet now as we bring on Donna. Hello, Donna, darling. I've missed you.
I missed you, Gene.
In general, men think about blank more than
She is
women do.
lovely.
What say you to that?
I think men think more about money.
They matched. So that was the question. What do men think about money or sex more? Interesting.
Donna, there's going to be lots of money in this for you.
Harvey was saying money, and his rooting section tried to tout him out of it.
That's why they're losers this week, that middle section.
Okay, so Donna and Harvey.
So the object is the audience would get money if they're section one. So of the three celebrities, you want to match the most. And then the section, red, blue, or yellow, they called the banana section, would get cash. And that was kind of a cool concept. And that airs on Buzzer, 3:30 p.m. in the afternoon, at least Eastern time, probably out west too, as well as back east at 3:30. It's a really funny show. And it lasted for several years. And they brought it back in the early 80s. Meg Ryan was on it in the early 80s episode. But continuing on, here's a clip from History of the World Part 1 called The Piss Boy. You remember that? Where the king, Mel, the character played by Mel Brooks, is doubling as the Piss Boy. Let's listen. Hear that urine?
Pardon. Yes? You are pissing on my shoe. Sorry. Mind your face. Sorry. Wait for the shake.
Huh? Wait for the shake. I sound bringing coffee here and piss.
There. That's for you. Piss off.
Thank you. I'll get it later.
I love that clip. So, there were some other clips I wanted to play. Well, I also want to play a little bit of the theme. The end theme to the Carol Burnett and Friends show. I love this song, and it's based on... Jesus, I gotta start over. Carol would pull on her ear. That was her signal to her grandmother, saying, I love you. And she would sing, I'm so glad we spent this time together. I can't sing right now. And that's what this song is. This is the instrumental version of that song, I'm so glad we spent this time together. And she went out on top. Carol Burnett did. When she ended the show, she ended while they were on top, like Seinfeld did. Let's hear the end title song. Big bandish, like big band. I remember working on Anchorman 2. I was a core background performer in the GNN studios. There's a real GNN in Georgia, the Georgia News Network, but in the movie it's supposed to be a takeoff on CNN. And so I worked for like 14 days as a core reporter. I didn't have any lines or anything. However, when it wrapped on the 14th day and we're all dressed in like 70s attire, it was a hell of a lot of fun. And Apatow, Judd Apatow, he spared no expense with the food. I mean, we had lamb and we were treated very, very well. And when it wrapped, it's going to make me a little emotional. Some African-American woman, such a sweetheart, just starts singing, I'm so glad we spent this time together. I'm so glad we had this time together. And it was just kind of touching because I thought, who's singing that? And we're in the wardrobe area and just I thought, well, who is singing that in such a beautiful angelic voice? And I thought it was a great reference, and she tugged on her ear like Carol did. And I thought, wow, and she was so young, I couldn't believe she knew of that. I thought it was awesome. And she was from New York. She flew all the way from New York to be a part of Anchorman 2. And that's just a little personal memory I've never really shared with anybody. I just love that when she sang that. It really, you had to be there. It was kind of cool. Let me see. There's something else I wanted to play for you guys. Damn, I don't know why that really moved me, thinking about that, but it did. Shit. Here's a good clip of Vicki Lawrence talking about Dear Harvey Korman. Let's listen. Don't fail me now, please. Here it is.
What do you think his legacy is in television?
Well, I said before, I think that he is arguably the best sketch comedian that ever lived. Not even sketch. I mean, I think of Blazing Saddles, and he was so blazing funny in that movie. Because there's a really fine line for Harvey between Shakespeare and comedy. And he knows right how to walk, he knew right how to walk that line, and I hoped helped teach me that. You know, when we did Mama's Family as a series, when it went to series, we did, I think, 2 episodes. And I said to my husband, I said, "This doesn't feel right. It just doesn't feel funny." And I called time, and I said to Joe Hamilton, I want to bring Harvey in to direct. And Harvey came in and sat me down, and he said, "Okay, it's a great character, but he said, this is a sitcom now, and you can't expect people to come home from our day at the office, pop a beer, and watch this woman every week scream and yell at everybody for half an hour. She now has to become a peacock. She has to become silly. She has to become funny." And I said, "But how?" He said, "She has to laugh." And I said, "How do I do that, Harvey? She's never even smiled." And prior to that on the Burnett Show, had never even cracked a smile. I mean, I would set that jaw, and that was it. And he said, "But she is you. You are she," which, of course, is my husband's biggest nightmare in the world. But it was, you know, he really, I don't know, something about the lecture he gave me that day just sort of clicked for me. And I realized that she had to turn into a sitcom character. And I think, again, I have to thank Harvey for turning her into the peacock that she became. A wonderful, wonderful character. So far and away from, I mean, she was rooted in the Burnett Show Mama, but she became a much, much better Mama.
There you have it. Vicki Lawrence. And that clip, I've got to give credit here. It's from the act. I can't read it. Sorry, folks. All right, I'm going to play a clip now, as I promised, of Harvey Korman talking about almost playing Captain Steubing on the Love Boat. Let's listen, if I could get it to go in my little clip machine.
They wanted me to do the captain on the Love Boat, and I didn't see myself doing that, so I didn't do that. I could have been a rich man today. And then, of course, that wonderful guy played it successfully, and one of my oldest, dearest friends, Bernie Capel, got his big break on that. And I eventually did some Love Boats, and the one that was really the most important was the one the Greek trip we took to the Greek islands, and we had done most of our work here before we left in the studio, so that it really was a vacation cruise. And I had brought my second wife with me, and we shared this small cabin. And I remember her father said, "If you guys can get along for 3 weeks in this small cabin, then you really should get married." So, because you couldn't live more on top of each other. It was the most romantic cruise. It was the best vacation they ever had, seeing the Greek islands. And we had Polly Bergen with us, and Mike Connors, and Linda Evans, and Nancy Dusso. We had more fun. It was the greatest trip I've ever taken.
I love cruises.
And it was after that trip, it really was a love boat in the sense that after the trip, I proposed to my wife.
Wow. That's from the Archive of American Television. Great, great, great piece of audio there. And video, if you want to look it up on YouTube. So here's a clip of Harvey talking about Lucille Ball. Again, these are brief.
I loved Lucy, so to speak. I love Lucy. Lucy is the most amazing performer who will go on and on and on. She made me laugh. She made you laugh. She made our mothers laugh and our fathers laugh. I have 2 young daughters. They're 19 and 21 now. I would come in when they were 5, 6, 7 years old, and they'd be watching television and doubled over with laughter. And who were they watching? Lucy. So they saw every single Lucy show. No, she's on every day all over the world at some time. And that'll go on too. Their daughters and their children will also. Lucy will be eternal. And she was the perfect clown. She was very, a comedy is a very exacting, demanding thing. You'll find that out from Conway if you'll admit it. He's never serious. But it's almost mathematical. They're very neat people. They're very organized people. They're always checking their props and making sure that this is and that you'll do this and that. It is nothing. There's nothing sloppy about comedy. It's very exacting. I'm sure you've heard this story about Edmund Gwenn, the old movie actor who was dying. He was in his last breath, and someone came to visit him and said his nickname was Bunny. He said, "Bunny, death must be very hard." And Bunny said, "Not as hard as comedy." Demanding, perfectionistic, having to have everything just right, making sure that. And then one time I said, she did our show, and she said, "Now Harvey, be sure." I said, "Lucy, this is our show, and I know what I'm doing. You leave me alone." "Okay, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure." Carol does not do that. Carol knows what she wants, but Carol is secure enough that if something goes wrong, we'll do it. There's some people who are very perfectionistic, and I don't know what that means in a psychological way, but you can't be sloppy about comedy. It has to be very exacting. You got to really know what you're doing from moment to moment and plan it out. We see all these great silent screen comedians, the Chaplins and the Keatons and the Lloyds. They spend hours, days, weeks perfecting a gag. A lot of work goes into it.
That's also from the Archive of American Television, courtesy. Thank you for that clip. Getting back to the Anchorman 2 really quick, where we had the set for GNN, the fictional parody of CNN, it was at the old Records building, which is now since demolished in downtown Atlanta. So there's a little anecdote about that. Okay, now here's Tim Conway. Tim Conway and Harvey discussing the final episode of the Carol Burnett Show. And then I have some pop culture news to share with you. We'll move on from remembering the great Harvey Korman, but I still have some more clips that are brief, and then we'll talk about some other pop culture news.
Difficult to do. It was, it's like when we're doing, a tour of 5 cities. The first city you go, is this ever going to end? By the second time you're going, oh, by the third city you go, hey, this is a lot of fun. The fourth, and by the time you get to the fifth, you go, thank goodness. I mean, I've been out here for a year. So your whole enthusiasm and everything begins not to wane, but it just, you start having this relief of, oh, well, I guess I'll be going home soon, And so a lot of the energy and, the enjoyment and things like that begins to
you can't keep up that kind of level for too long. It's impossible.
The best shows were shows where we were had done 3 in a row, and then you have to do one more, before you have a week off. I mean, you're really looking forward to that time, and you just go out and you just blast it all out, and then you go for a week somewhere and come back.
I wasn't on the show the 11th year, but I came back for the final show, and she came out as the charwoman and sat down on the bucket and sang the full version of "I'm So Glad We Had This Time Together." I was gone. I mean, I was gone, because she was wrapping up 11 years of so much history, not only of the show, but of ourselves, our relationships, our lives, our personal lives, all intertwined, all in marriages and divorces and births of kids and tragedies and everything, which we all shared together. We really do become family. And I'm say it very honestly and openly and truthfully. We all still love each other. We all, sometimes that spouses find it difficult to understand that we have a special relationship with those people that you get on stage with that's not quite the same as what it is with your husband or your wife or your children. And it's when it ends, it's truly sad.
The clip is also courtesy of the Archive of American Television. Thank you for that clip. here, of course, last but not least, is Carol Burnett herself discussing Harvey Korman. Yeah. This is going to be awesome. Here it is.
I'd seen Harvey Korman as Danny Kaye's second banana. And I said to Joe, I said, we've got to get a Harvey Korman. We've just got to get somebody like a Harvey, because Harvey was like what Carl Reiner was to Sid Caesar. And Danny's show was going off the air, and we were going on the following season. And I ran into Harvey in the parking lot at CBS, and I all but threw him across a fender or something, I don't know, or a hood of a car. I said, you've got to be on our show. You've just got to be on our show. And that's how we got Harvey. He couldn't say no, or I would have broken his neck. I mean, I was just so excited. Conway had been a guest on the Gary Moore show. I'd seen him on the Kills Navy. And there's nobody funnier in the world, I don't think, than Conway. But he was on our show as a guest pretty regularly, once a month, sometimes twice a month. Finally, the penny dropped, and we signed him as a regular on the 9th year. Everybody
Tim
thinks
Conway
he
now.
was with us the whole 11 years as every week, but not till the 9th year. I think Conway's goal in life is to destroy Harvey. I don't know, this started to happen.
Tried to crack him up.
They were doing, the first time I remember it very clearly was when they did the dentist sketch. That was just absolutely, Harvey was a prisoner in the chair, and Tim was a new dentist. He'd just gotten out of dental school, and Harvey was his first patient. Well, Tim winds up, and this wasn't in the script. Tim added this once we were on the air, taping in front of the audience. The crew didn't know what was going on. Poor Harvey was helpless. Tim started shooting himself accidentally with a Novocaine, and he shot himself in the hip, and then he couldn't walk, and then he shot him in the hand, and he couldn't move, and Harvey was just destroyed. He
With
was
laughter.
laughing so hard that tears were coming down. I often thought that I should have had some investment in Depends, because nobody could
Piss in his pants.
be with Tim and keep a straight face. Once he got on a roll, he would do things that were never in rehearsal. He would do everything perfectly in the dress rehearsal, which we would tape, and then he would ask the director, did you get everything, Dave? And Dave did, and he said, okay, so then we would let him do whatever he wanted on air, and that was always gold. Yeah, and they love each other. Harvey and Tim are, and they go out on the road a lot. They have an act that they do now.
Well, they did.
They'll be selling out everywhere.
Yep. Thank you, Archive of American Television, again, for that wonderful clip of Carol Burnett reminiscing on the two stars. Now, History World Part 1, that's my favorite, as I mentioned, my favorite Mel Brooks movie. It was, the 40th anniversary was not too long ago. It's 40 years old, released by 20th Century Fox, now Disney. So Disney now owns History of the World Part 1. Unbelievable. They own everything I love. Marvel comic books. I'm not complaining, it's just weird. They own The Fall Guy, Lost in Space, the old show, all those shows like Room 222, the whole 20th Century Fox film and TV library, Planet of the Apes movies. I could go on and on and on, but History World Part 1 is one of the movies that Disney absorbed, and it was released Friday, June 12th, 1981, with a budget of $11 million. The box office draw was $31.7 million in the U.S., but I discovered it on HBO in 1982, and I watched it all the time. It's one of the funniest movies of all time, and what a great cast. You had Madeline Kahn, of course, Harvey Korman, Gregory Hines, the dancer. Let's listen to some scenes in the trailer/preview. Here we go.
From the naked dawn of man to the magnificence of the Bible.
The Lord Jehovah has given unto you these 10 commandments.
From the glory that was Rome to the dark evils of the Spanish Inquisition.
For now begins the Inquisition!
To the French Revolution with its squalor and its splendor.
The peasants may grow violent. They are my people. I am their sovereign. I love them. Oh!
History of the World, Part 1, starring...
It's good to be the king. More women! More wine! More!
And submit to the king. Lust for one.
Oh, let's go!
Hapless Harvey Korman.
You're beautiful.
Stop it! Let's end this meeting on a high note.
Cloris Leachman. Shecky Green. Sid Caesar.
Hey, what country you from? Ethiopia. What part?
On 25th Street. Oh,
I'm Miriam. I'm a Vestal Virgin.
I'm really sorry to hear that. Should have been here over 30 grains ago.
Introducing Mary Margaret Humes, who was in a lot of Fall Guy episodes.
Gee, I...
Pamela Stevenson.
Drama.
Do you require a blindfold?
None.
Have you any last words?
None.
Test the guillotine.
Hold.
Action.
Where you going? I don't know.
Romance.
The tongue.
Say
Gregory
when?
Hines, that big long tongue falls
8:30.
out of his mouth when he sees the belly dancer.
Spectacle.
The Inquisition. What a show. We know you're wishing that we'd go away. But the Inquisition's here and it's here to stay.
Mel Brooks, History of the World, Part 1. 10 million years in the making.
I love it. A lot of good actors in that, like Pamela Stevenson. That's she's married to Billy Connolly, the comedian, the Scottish comedian for many years, and she's in Superman 3, the ditzy blonde. Anyway, maybe two people out there will know who I'm talking about, but I forgot she was in History of the World Part 1. And Mary Margaret Humes got an introduction credit. Introducing Mary Margaret Humes, and I know her from the friggin' Fall Guy. She did some really good, notable episodes, one with Terry Kaiser. Anyway, nobody cares but me. And no one has seen them. Now, I was going to tell you my quick Fall Guy story. I shouldn't admit this, but there was a Fall Guy group on Facebook that had thousands and thousands of members, and I think I inadvertently got it removed and deleted by Facebook like 2 days ago. Okay, I have every episode on 16 millimeter reel-to-reel film, and what I would do is periodically, I didn't put them all out there, but I started in the middle of season 3 because I watch them every like 10 years or something, or 5 years. I'll watch some Fall Guys in order, just when I can, in production order is how I choose to do it. And I thought, I'm going to do a Facebook Live, and I would just show my movie screen, not with an iRig, intentionally. I wanted it to be bad audio so I wouldn't get in trouble. I wasn't doing this for money. And, while all this was going on, Fox was bought by Disney. So I guess it took time for that to catch up. So long story short, I get a notice from Facebook. I had put the unaired version of the pilot on the Fall Guy group. That's where I started, and then I picked up with the middle of season 3. Janet Leigh's in that. She wasn't in the series. She played Colt's bail bondswoman boss in the unaired version of the pilot. And by the way, the song, I'm the unknown stunt man that makes Eastwood look so fine, that Lee Majors sang, he didn't sing it in the unaired version of the pilot. It had a studio print, still have it. So I put that on there. I get a notice from Facebook that Disney has blocked Fall Guy unaired pilot worldwide. I thought, oh, shit, they're on to me. Even though, like I said, I did it without an iRig, so the audio was inferior, and I could have increased the visual quality thanks to a buddy of mine, an acquaintance of mine who's in the business. I won't mention his name. But he came up with an app. He showed me an app where you can convert 16 millimeter film digitally where there's no flicker. So I could have done it professionally, but I chose by design to have it be not so great quality, just where I could share it enough where and I called it Fall Guy Theater. Well, lo and behold, I put a notice. I'm like, hey, Facebook blocked at Disney's request the unaired pilot. You better watch the other episodes while you can. Well, last time I looked, like 2 days ago, I'm like, where's the other episodes? And I noticed the whole group is gone. I guess there were so many someone was either lazy or maybe they blamed the administrator of that group for the videos. But it was me. Anyway, Jesus, I'm kind of nervous. I shouldn't probably admit that. But anyway, that's my Fall Guy story. Now, getting back to the jetpack. I know some of you who were, I doubt you were watching from the beginning because I've gone almost 4 hours. But at the beginning, I was talking about the guy near LAX who flew his jetpack, and it caused havoc with air traffic controllers. And they were afraid of a collision. And I talked about the history of the jetpack. I won't repeat that. You have to rewind it or whatever. I talked about the history and the military applications of the jetpack and the first appearances of the jetpack in Lost in Space, the unaired version of The Pilot No Place to Hide, shot January 65. And then after that, James Bond Thunderball. There's a scene with the jetpack that was released in December 1965 worldwide. So really, I think Lost in Space was the first use of the jetpack on TV. And then in Fall Guy, in 1982, season 2 premiere, there's a James Bond themed episode where Colt's working on a Bond film. They did 2 James Bond episodes, one in season 2, one in season 4 of that show. And then in the 84 Olympics, more notably, at the opening ceremonies, I want to play a clip. I was playing a clip of the guy who flew the jetpack at the 84 Olympics when our special guest, Chris Korman, called in. But I want to play a clip of the actual opening ceremonies. It's pretty good audio of the fanfare. Let's see if I could find it really quickly. I already read. Here we go. This is it. Let's listen. Since it is the Olympics as we record this live, Olympics time. I'll probably get blocked.
All right, Sam, let's walk on out here. Come on out, Sam.
We both know about Sam the Eagle, right?
Okay, easy. And we're just going right here to the edge, right here, Sam.
But you don't see that I've got this rocket man.
What's happening is they have a guy in a American Eagle suit taking to the field, to the track.
Blue area down there?
But the big surprise is a guy in a jetpack's going to swoop overhead.
Underground. He's hot, physically hot.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the opening ceremonies of the Games of the 23rd Olympia at Los Angeles.
Rocket Man is adjusted and ready to go whenever.
Easy, steady, Sam, steady. Not yet. Not yet.
Sam the Eagle. Rocket Man standing by.
Easy.
It's great audio. I just like the music, sorry. Here he comes! Here he is! What is that in the sky? Is it a bird? Is it a plane? What the hell is it? It's a jetpack! The crowd is wowed. The crowd goes crazy. It's a pretty cool moment. The clip's 4 minutes long, and again, he couldn't stay up very long because of the technology. You can only go up for so many moments before gravity would pull you back down. If you want to see this clip on YouTube, it's titled Beautiful to Watch, LA Olympics Opening Ceremonies. It's a 4-minute clip, and the channel David Hoffman posted that. I think it's pretty cool. So now I'm going to quickly continue with the guy who flew that. And this is many years later, decades later. Oh, by the way, okay, hang on, sir. Just a minute, sir. The opening ceremonies were on July 28th, 1984 at the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum. And that started the 1984 Summer Olympic Games in Los Angeles, California. And I'm contending maybe that has something to do with this joker who's flying around LA in a jetpack near LAX. Could that be a connection? I don't know. I'm just saying I think it possibly could be a connection. And I'll play a clip from the Rocketeer movie from 1991 with Jennifer Connelly. By the way, Jennifer Connelly is married to the actor Paul Bettany, who plays Vision in the Disney Plus hit WandaVision. Did you know that? All right, let's...
I said, you're ready to go, Bill.
Nelson keeps looking down at it with this...
Bill Nelson,
glance,
the guy in the jetpack.
And it's hard for the pilot to look around and see it. And I thought, oh, Jesus. This thing is going to take off hotter than a pistol.
And when he launched, it just launched him across the stadium.
I had never experienced a takeoff like that. It just blew me off of there. You've done this so many times and never gone on your ass in public. This is not the time. Ronald Reagan's up there in the press box watching. The world is watching, and the machine is overpressurized. Nothing's right. And, well, you know, what have I got myself into here? I could feel the power I had. And I knew Houston, we got a problem here. We've got more power than we can use.
You know, you ask people later and they say, well, it was about a half a minute or 2 minute flight. It was 14 seconds.
Right. Because it doesn't stay up that long.
But I landed and, just barely. Did the wave, did the whole thing, and then that was it. It was over. It was the biggest moment in my life, and it was over.
So that was it, 14 seconds, and that's definitely the most famous rocket belt flight because it was such a big deal for the Olympic opening.
Absolutely. There you go. And that's courtesy of Rocket Compulsion YouTube channel. Title of this clip is the LA Olympics Rocket Belt Flight. Thank you for that clip. In other news, well, I'm going to play a little bit of The Rocketeer, the movie. This was released Friday, June 21st, 1991, starring, as I mentioned, Jennifer Connelly, Timothy Dalton, whom Chris Korman talked about, who was James Bond in The Living Daylights and License to Kill, and he was also in Flash Gordon as Prince Berlin. But he was in that film, The Rocketeer, as was Billy Campbell as The Rocketeer. Let's listen to a little bit of The Rocketeer. And this is from the trailer and previews.
To some, it was the fulfillment of a dream. To others, it was an instrument of destruction. A creation that could change the course of history.
It was stolen from my factory. Where's the package?
What do we tell the president?
Tell me exactly why this merchandise is so important to the feds.
It's a rocket.
A rocket?
What? What's the matter?
I don't know. There's something under the seat.
Oh, my. What do we got here?
What are you supposed to do? Is it a bomb or something?
No. I wouldn't touch that if I were you.
How do I look? Like a hood ornament. Stand clear. What was that?
It takes off.
Big gopher.
Are you trying to kill yourself? I like it.
Uh-oh, we got company.
You steer, I'll push. You're what?
I want that rocket, Eddie. Not next week, not tomorrow. Now.
Keep your eyes open for this dame. Jenny's in trouble.
They're working for a Nazi agent.
If only you could flip these, you could rule the world.
You touch one hair on her head, I swear I'll...
Shoot him! We've got the girl. The rocket will come to us. I love her, Pete.
Does she know that?
She's gonna find out.
Let him have it! Hand over the rockets!
The Rocketeer.
Go get him, kid.
Yeah, go get him, kid. This guy's a hero, in my opinion. A hero who's in a real rocket belt suit doing this. As long as it doesn't harm anyone, as long as no one, he seems to know what he's doing. As long as it's not like he's taking a laser pointer. I've said this before. Getting up in the rocket belt, I don't want to put any bad karma ideas out there, and taking one of those laser pointers, laser guns, laser beams, and shining them in a pilot's eye to cause the plane to crash or a helicopter to crash. What's the harm? Yeah, I know it's against government rules. I think the guy's got a lot of balls, and I'm sure the number one suspect is this guy, Bill, who flew the rocket belt in the '84 Olympics. I don't know. Or it might be his grandson or son or somebody or cousin. Or just a copycat. I don't know. But someone's got the suit, and wouldn't you love to be able to go to work above traffic, above all those cars in L.A. and Atlanta, two of the worst high-trafficked cities in America, along with New York City. Man, I would love to have a rocket belt. So today, I mentioned this to Chris, is National Pinball Day, and I love pinball. I own two machines. Indiana Jones, The Pinball Adventure, based on the original trilogy of movies. It was made in 1993. It's a prototype I have. It's better made than the arcade versions. It has more steel than plastic, like the arcade versions had. And then Cyclone, which was made in 1988, both by Williams Pinball. And again, I want to mention Portal Pinball in Kennesaw. A great place to go with your family. You just pay one fee, and you can play by hour or by the day. And I think they're closed Mondays though. And then you've got Game Galaxy in the Nashville area, and then of course the Pinball Hall of Fame in Las Vegas. And there's other places like in California I've never been to, but those are the ones I have been to that I can recommend, especially Game Galaxy. I love that place. And then today in history, as we record this live, it is August 1st, 1981. What happened Saturday? I'm sorry, it's August 1st, 2021. But what happened 40 years ago today? On Saturday, by the way, August 1st, 1981. Well, this happened. Something very special.
T-minus 2 minutes, marked and counting.
It's not the jetpack again.
The liquid hydrogen vent valve has been closed and flight pressurization is underway. T-minus 1 minute, 50 seconds and counting. T-minus 1 minute, 20 seconds and counting. We can see the purges of the main engines as we prepare for ignition. T-minus 1 minute.
What could it be?
10 seconds.
Gee, I wonder.
Counting. Liquid hydrogen tank is at flight pressure.
If you're in Generation X, you know exactly what this is.
T-minus 1 minute, marked and counting.
This is the actual cable footage from 40 years ago.
Water will be armed just a couple seconds from now.
1 more minute.
It has been armed. T-minus 45 seconds and counting.
Saturday, August 1st, 1981. Over 40 years ago.
T-minus 40 seconds and counting. The development flight instrumentation recorders are on. T-minus 35 seconds. We're just a few seconds away from switching to the redundant sense sequencer.
I gotta spit. Be right back.
T-minus 27 seconds. We have gone for redundant set sequencer start. T-minus 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15, 14, 13, T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. We've gone for main engine start. We have main engine start.
We have liftoff.
Ladies and gentlemen, rock and roll.
MTV! Music television. It was launched, and my lord, I think it was great at first, and it was really based on the success of HBO's Video Jukebox. I remember in 81, before the launch of MTV, watching music videos on HBO in 81 on HBO Video Jukebox. And so MTV Music Television was launched out of New York City. You had Nina Blackwood, who was really sexy. She had a raspy voice and wild hair, like a rocker. She looked like a heavy metal rocker babe. And Jackson, the African-American dude, Mark Goodson, and then Martha Quinn, who's still around, still looks very youthful to this day. So MTV launched 40 years ago. How does that make you feel? Pretty old, right? So was there anything else? I think that's about it. My gosh, what a packed show. Over 4 hours now. I'm just a motor mouth, but I want to really, from the bottom of my heart, thank Christopher Korman for being on the Nostalgic Podblast today. It was an absolute joy having you on, and I hope, well, he already said he would come back again, and I'm very grateful for that. And before I sign off, I want to just look for a quick clip. I think you'll dig this, since this is National Pinball Day. Let me see if I can find a clip of audio of one of my favorite pinball machines. This will be really interesting audio, huh? Let's see. Let's see if I can find this in my clip machine. I had a pinball phase in college, and I'm glad it's had a comeback. I mean, there's a lot of bars and restaurants, and Stern Electronics is still making pinball machines to this day. Let's see here. I want to just play a little audio clip of pinball sounds. Yeah, this is a game. This is one of my favorites called Whirlwind. This is a couple seconds.
Oh, looks like rain.
I dig it. That electronic beat. Part of a series. Earthshaker was released before this one in '89. This also came out in 1989. Whirlwind. Part of a disaster series of pinball games. Kind of groovy. All right. I'm going to play one more too. One more, and then I'm feeling so nostalgic for these pinball machines. And they had games, you know. I mean, they had games, duh. They had themes. They had theme songs, a lot of these games. Now, Barry King of BK on the Air, he likes the games from the 70s, and that's fine. I like machines from, say, 1988 and up. My favorites are from 1988 to, say, 1997. Bally and Williams, preferably. Those are my favorites. Let me see here. If I could find... I want to just play a little bit. Here it is. Let's listen to a little bit of this game from 1990. This is not it. I have failed you. I have failed you. Hang on a second. Let me just try to play this one clip and then I'll sign off. I promise. This is bull crap. I thought I found a clip before. Hang on a second. This is great audio, isn't it? Okay, I think I found it. Fuck it. Frack it. I'm sorry, I cussed. It's a game called Roller Games, and it has a theme that goes rock, rock, roller games, rock, 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 roller games. And I don't know, it might have gotten taken off the web. Damn.
So we boot up.
There we go.
As normal.
Happy National Pinball Game, folks.
And this is my music.
I'm going to cut this clip as soon as I hear the rock, 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 roller games. What the hell's going on here? This is not right. This is not it. Screw it. Oh, I thought I had it. I thought I had it, folks. Audience members, thanks for bearing with me. That's it. Well, it's not. Is it worth the wait? No, it's not. I'm sorry. What this person did is remixed it, and it sounds like poop. It sounds like shit. Hate it. Anyway, thanks for tuning in, everybody, and I will see you next week. I have a big show planned for next Sunday. Thursday night is the return of the Podblast replay, and I'm going to continue the horror movies. I had a personal tragedy. Someone passed away that I really cared a lot about, so I didn't want to talk about movies where people are getting killed, even though it's fiction. It's not real. Had to take a break from that for a couple weeks. But the Nostalgic Podblast Flashback returns Thursday night at 10 o'clock. Might do it at 9. At 10's kind of late to be doing this. And I've been doing it on my YouTube channel, The Nostalgic, with a C, Podblast. Please like and subscribe. We do giveaways from time to time. Please join the group, The Nostalgic Podblast, on Facebook. And we're on Twitter, at Podblast Podcast, The Nostalgic Podblast. Just Google it and you'll see everywhere we're at. And we're on Apple And if you're listening, please go to the YouTube channels if you want to see any video. But today's was just my fat face talking to Chris over the phone, so it's not really intriguing video this time. Sometimes, most of the time I have collectibles and things and props I like to hold up for the camera to make it intriguing for the viewer. Excuse me, I'm not real big on video software yet. Sorry, I swallowed the wrong pipe. This coffee. But maybe I'll get on the stick with that. But, the audio's the thing with me. But thank you. I know you could be watching the Olympics. Those that hung in there, I'm sure someone stayed the whole time, over 4 hours. God bless you for that. I know most people will probably hear this after the fact. Fistful of Radio, Saturdays and Sundays, 2 to 5 Eastern Time, 11 a.m. to, what would that be? 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific Time. And thanks very much. And hey, have a great month and have a great week. And I appreciate every one of you. BK on the air Saturdays, WBHF. Barry King and Alan Sanders, I'm there Saturdays from 10 a.m. to noon. See it in the background if you're watching on video. WBHFradio.org. Stream it. And their YouTube channel. Our YouTube channel there is really the Nostalgic BK on the air. Catch you next time. God bless. Peace. Peace out, man.